Good morning, Ms. Sillo.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning, Ms. Masuku.
Morning, Commissioners.
Thank you, Chair. Morning, Ms. Masuku.
Morning.
Can I ask you to pull out your statement file again? When we parted yesterday, we had gone as far as your paragraph 28 at page 8. And we said we'll be starting a new topic this morning, which starts at your page 9 from paragraph 29. And that you heard as my investigation into Brakpan case number 429/04/2022 murder. Do you see that?
Yes, Commissioners.
Can you take the Commissioners then through what you state from paragraph 29 regarding the investigations you undertook? Thank you.
My investigation into Brakpan case 429/04/2022, which is murder. The investigation revealed that the deceased had been found by a fisherman and his family on the 15th of April 2022 at about 1 during the day. Upon discovery, he drove to Nigel police station to report the incident, but he didn't receive help. And instead, he was referred to Tuduza police station. He then proceeded to Tuduza police station to report the same matter. I established that the police officers from Tuduza police station attended the scene and found the deceased. Upon searching the body, they found a driver's license on him, and he was identified through it. Upon profiling him, they managed to find his residential address as the one mentioned here.
Can you please explain the reference to the family in the first sentence of paragraph 29? Because there it says he was found by a fisherman and, or this is the fisherman's family.
Oh, Commissioner, yes. My statement is referring to say there is this person who was fishing at the dam. He was with his family.
Oh, the fisherman.
So, yes. So they are the one who discovered the body there.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Okay, but the rest of these two paragraphs, I'm just explaining as to how was the deceased found and how did the police, how were they alerted as to this body that was found at the dam. And then indeed, the Tuduza police station officers, they did attend to that scene. And they managed to track back as to where this body belongs to and the address of that person who was found in the dam. Due to what the deceased brother related to me about the police presence at the deceased's house on the day he went missing, I visited the crime scene in order to establish the coordinates that will determine if there were indeed police officers at the deceased's home on the 14th to the 15th of April 2022. Commissioners, on this investigation, yes, there was a witness, but the witness that I've never met before, because it's just a statement that is there, but that person, I've never met him, and no one knows where he is now. But I must now have my own investigation to get evidence that will pin these police officers to this crime scene. That is when now I started doing my own. I got the coordinates because I had to ask the family to show me, to say exactly where were these cars parked. Then they showed me. I had to get the coordinates of that area and send them. There's a specialist that deals with the SAPS cars to get the trackers, but they don't call them trackers. It's called automatic vehicle location. We call it AVL in abbreviation. It's very accurate. That is what that helped me to track. It tracked a few cars that were around the vicinity, But I had to eliminate because now I must be careful. I cannot take any other car that comes there and say these people were here. I must go back to the statements and listen to the allegations of the witness that was there, even though I haven't personally interviewed, to check as to, okay, they arrived at this address at this period. Around about this time, they were gone. So that means they spent plus minus so many hours. Then on my AVL, the tracker reports that I'm having now, because I've got a lot of cars, I must check the cars that managed to stand still in that place. Even if the car was idling, but as long as it was standing there, it's okay. I managed to find only one car that was standing still. The other cars were just passing. None of the cars were standing there. Only one car that I managed to pick up. But I was not disappointed. I was happy to say at least I can manage to pick one car that was there. I know the officers doesn't drive alone. You must have somebody, a crew that you drive with. It's their operation procedures to say they are never allowed to drive alone. So I know that if I get one car, at least maybe I will be having 2 officers, if not 4. Then I had to track as to where does this car belongs to. The same system of AVL, they will manage to give you information to say this car belongs to this station, even though that cannot be accurate because it can be given on the system to this station, but only to find that it has been moved to another station. But luckily, this car was still at the same station, which is Brakpan, SAPS.
You are now at your paragraph 33, still at page 9.
Essie, can you repeat for me again?
Paragraph 33.
Okay, yes.
Yeah.
I managed to identify one police vehicle at the deceased home on the 14th to the 15th of April 2022, and it had the following particulars that are written and mentioned here, which was a BMW 3 Series.
By 14 and 15, are you referring to the late night of the 14th and early morning of the 15th?
Yes,
Right,
yes,
you.
commissioners. The police car I traced to be at the deceased house on the day in question was from Brakpan police station and had been parked at the deceased address for more than 2 hours. This confirmed the suspicion by the family that the police officers were at the deceased home when he was reported missing. Unfortunately, the Metropolitan Police vehicles are not fitted with the AVL system, and I was unable to track the presence of the EMPD vehicles on the deceased home.
Did you take any steps to establish who the driver of this 3 Series BMW was?
Yes, Commissioner, I did. Yes, I did, but I will get there.
Oh,
yes,
right.
I did.
Maybe I've forgotten. I don't remember seeing that in your statement, but I'll leave it if you say you are getting there. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioners, all right, let me respond to that.
No, deal with
Okay.
it when you get there.
Okay, all right, Commissioners.
If I may, perhaps best she does, because the chair is correct. She doesn't specifically, in the statement, then tie a specific policeman to this vehicle. Maybe she should. She does so based on a warning statement from the suspect himself. So perhaps for record purposes, it's appropriate that she does so at this juncture. You may identify the police person or the policeman associated with this vehicle. Thanks.
Okay, Commissioners, the driver of the vehicle, it was driven by Alexandra Fritz. The one yesterday I said had visited the mom's, the deceased place later after the deceased was the body was recovered. So I managed to find that this car was driven by him as a reservist, but he was driving alone. He didn't have a crew with him. Yes.
Ms. Masuku, where you say the municipal police vehicles are not fitted with AVL system, is it you checked and that's what you were told, that their fleet doesn't have AVL systems or specific vehicles that, they don't have tracking system, whatever it's called, a tracking system, or you're referring to the specific vehicles that would have been on the scene, you couldn't pick them up?
Okay, Commissioners, in general, South African Police Services cars, they've got that systems, they are fitted with that system. But you'll find that other cars within the SAPS, maybe the system got broken, then they don't fix it. Even we know that the other cars, the members, they will fit with the system. But for those that the system is still working, we do manage to track those cars. But for the Metropolitan Services cars, we have a problem because they are not contracted to that system. They use their own tracker, I don't know what tracker is it. So whenever you go there to their officers personally, they will tell you that, no, our cars doesn't have trackers. So there is nothing we can do about that. Hence, it becomes very difficult for us if an incident has been reported and then this person is saying, I was attacked by these police officers in uniform driving a police car. I don't know them. I didn't manage to take registration. I don't have anything. So for us, it becomes very difficult to say, who are we going to say it's these officers, because we cannot be able to track this car, not unless if there are cameras within the area, then we make use of that. So, Commissioner, I'm not sure if I'm answering you because of the SAPS cars, yes, it's easy to track. That is why we managed to track this one on the scene, even though I don't believe there was only one car at that scene. But we managed to track one. At least we had a starting point. And then for the EMPD, we couldn't track anything from their side.
Thank you.
And if I may perhaps follow up on that to clarify, you state in your statement that unfortunately you could not establish the presence of EMPD vehicles don't have this system. Is this an issue that applies to all metropolitan police services across the country, or is it only limited to EMPD, to your knowledge?
I won't respond on behalf of other areas like Tshwane, like Johannesburg, because
yes.
I don't deal with them that much. Okay. I don't know in my office as to they do encounter such problem, but for Ekurhuleni, that is what is happening.
Okay, we can always confirm.
Yes.
We'll establish that. Yeah.
Yes, Commissioner.
Ms. Masuku, do they have a system? I'm talking about Ekurhuleni now, not SAPS. Do they have a system that you can tap into to find out which EMPD police vehicles were at the scene? A system other than what SAPS uses? Or do the Metro Police not have a system at all to track their vehicles?
No, they don't have that kind of a system, Commissioner. What they have is just a normal tracker like my own private car. Yes, so now if I need help from them, that means I must provide them with the registration number to say, I'm looking for this car, give me the records of this car. But I cannot go to them and say, this is what happened here, tell me which cars were here. They can't do that.
Thank you. You may proceed. We are now at your page 10 from paragraph 34.
Between July and August 2022, my colleague informed me that he received a call from the captain who's a member of DPCI, commonly known as the Hawks, who had informed him that there was a man who witnessed an individual being killed by Prakpan police and wanted to come forward to give me the information. I then communicated with the captain as well and informed him that I am investigating a case which has similar facts, and I requested that he assist in arranging the meeting with that individual. We arranged a date for meeting to meet at the Glen Shopping Mall in Alberton. It was a team of 4 members from IPID during that meeting. On the day of the meeting, the unknown witness arrived with the members from DPCI. One DPCI member was later known to us as Constable Kalinski. Commissioners, I'm mentioning him because witness did mention his name. And we did not see other colleagues that he was with because we were communicating with him only. The witness identified himself as Marius van der Merwe. Shortly after his arrival, we were alerted by Constable Kalinski that it was not safe to proceed with the interview as there was an activity that made them feel that they were followed. We concluded the interview and immediately left that place for our own safety. Commissioner, that means on that day, when we were leaving the office, I'm using my private car for work that is registered on my name and my own address. So for me, whenever working, it's risky because if they got the registration number of my car, they've got my home address. On the day before we left the office, we were alerted because we were communicating with this member, Kalinski. I was communicating with him, and then he alerted me to say, it will be safe for me not to use my car, maybe jump onto the other car. But it was too late for that because the policy doesn't allow me to jump into the government car. I must have approval for that. I had to use my own car. We drove there with my colleagues who were driving in the other car. We got there, we seated, and then they arrived. Okay, Marius introduced himself. They handed us, Kalinski handed me a handwritten statement of Marius, signed but not commissioned. I couldn't go through it at that period because Marius was here. I was waiting to say we will be interviewing him as a team. As we were just introducing ourselves, Kalinski came back to warn us to say we must not continue because there was some activity, we must leave immediately. So we had to leave. Then on that day, the meeting didn't succeed. But I was already having this handwritten statement that I later went through it.
Please continue.
Okay. We tried to arrange more meetings with Marius, but this proved to be difficult as he constantly felt unsafe and was worried about being followed. We ended up agreeing to meet at Pretoria IPID head offices as it was far from Brakpan and would limit the risk of being traced around Johannesburg. Marius traveled with one of my team members. On the 30th of September 2022, which was the date of the meeting, we informed our National Executive Director's office to say we'll be utilizing their boardroom for the meeting. Because we'll be interviewing a witness that was involved in the crime that was committed by the police officers. The relevant arrangements were made and the meeting carried out at one of the boardrooms in head office. At the meeting, it was myself and the team. The meeting started. Before the meeting could start, I informed Marius of his constitutional rights according to Section 35. I further explained to him that by relating his version of events in a commission of a crime, he is doing it out of his own free will. I further explained to him that for him coming out with information that he alleges he witnessed the commission of the crime in his presence will not immune him from being a suspect that can be later arrested and charged for the same crime. He admitted that he understands and he wishes to proceed with the statement, and he wants to give statement under oath, and the interview continued. Commissioner, so as not to compromise this case, I will not get in court. This case is still under investigation with no formal charges against any of the suspects. During the meeting, he told us about an incident which occurred on 14 April 2022 at around 9, wherein an unknown African male was murdered by police officers and another male was murdered by police officers and another male known to him. He later dumped his body at Spaarwater Dam. On this paragraph, Marius explained as to how this crime was committed, as he was explaining to the commission. But some few facts that he never mentioned to us that came out here. He related the series of events as to how did it came that the deceased was tortured there until he lost his life. But when he was relating to me, he was relating as if he was trying to talk to these officers, including this one male, because according to him, it was 2 police officers and 1 white male that were busy with the deceased, torturing him. Himself, he was there to talk to this suspect, busy asking him, begging him to say, please tell us, where did you take the goods to? Every now and then he will talk to this white male who was suffocating the deceased, saying, please don't forget that we are here looking for goods. He must tell us where are the goods. So he was coming out to us as if he didn't play part in the torturing of the deceased, but he witnessed it.
We are now at your paragraph 44.
Marius provided the details of the incident in his statement that he later went through it in the presence of the team. He confirmed that the statement was true reflection of what he has related, and he placed his signature in our presence and dated the 30th of September 2022, where it was obtained.
Can I just ask a question, Ms. Masuku? Was this statement now consistent with the earlier handwritten statement? Remember, around April, you had met him somewhere where, because it was not safe, you couldn't interview him. But on that date, you took possession of a handwritten statement that was not commissioned. Now, the later statement, was it consistent with the earlier one?
Yes, Commissioners, it was, even though the wording, it's a few things that differs, but it was still consistent with what he was relating to
The
us.
substance was the same.
Yes, it was, Commissioner.
Before you proceed, Ms. Masuku, Commissioner Khumalo, I think just to correct something, her testimony is that the handwritten statement, I think, was obtained between July and August, as she states, at paragraph 34. You said April, just to correct that. Thank you. And Ms. Masuku, you, on that paragraph, you then introduce an annexure, you mark NPM 13, and you say it's a copy of Mr. van der Merwe's statement. Please pull out your annexure bundle. It's Masuku annexures. And that particular document you have marked NPM 3 starts at, your NPM 3, let me say, starts at page 7 of that bundle.
Okay, I'm there, Commissioners.
Now, I see it starts off with this statement, Marius van der Merwe states under oath in English, and then it proceeds. I want to refer you to the last page, at page 10. You had indicated that the earlier handwritten statement was not commissioned. And looking at this statement and what you stated, paragraph 44, is this the commission statement that then Mr. van der Merwe officially gave to you?
That's correct, Commissioners.
Thank you. Is there anything in particular in this statement, without, of course, divulging all its full details, that you would like to highlight? Or you may do so later if you so choose.
Okay, Commissioners, even though I will highlight that later, but what I can say now is maybe the question might come because this case has been out ever since this Commission of Inquiry started. A lot of inquiries were received to my office, and mostly they will be relating to say, if Marius came out that earlier, which is 2022, that's long ago, why were these other suspects not arrested? Because Marius did mention them in the commission of that crime. I will get to that because Marius gave statement under oath. And when he was giving the statement, as I explained to say, I read him his rights so that he understands as to where is he putting himself to. There is no promise that as an investigating officer I can make to say, later you will be a state witness under Section 204 as it has been mentioned. On the day when I took down his statement, I never mentioned that. Hence, I explained to him to say, whatever that you're saying now, you may later be charged together with these other people. You are not immune to the commission of that crime. On the 22nd of November 2022, the scene was reconstructed. Mr. Marius van der Merwe was guiding and pointing out the crime scene to the investigator. The crime scene reconstruction photos were taken by a photographer from the Springs Local Criminal Record Center, who later compiled the photo album regarding that. The photo album is attached on the case docket. Now, the reason for reconstruction of the scene, we had now to do the whole investigation, even though sometimes we'll be reversing back. That is why yesterday I was saying if this matter had been reported on time to IPID, it was going to save time to finalize our investigation. But now, because we have to do things later, I had to make sure to say, I must close the gaps.
Sorry, can you please explain that? You said it yesterday as well. The reality is that you got to know of this I shouldn't even say the very following day, because this was 14 and 15. So you got to know of it during the day on the 15th. So yes, the police attended to the crime scene and you were not involved, but still, it's the very same day, as it were, or part of the day or days on which this occurred. It's the 15th, the very following day, or the same day, because, as I say, part of it is the 15th. Can you explain this loss of time? Because you say, had you been notified earlier, the investigation would have been finalized much earlier. Loss of time is quite minimal. Can you explain this?
Commissioner, I think maybe if I did mention it like that, but I don't remember because it did not the sequence of events. I get to know about the case after the deceased was buried. It was weeks later after the incident, not on the 15th. It's the police who got to know on the 15th of April, not my office.
And if perhaps I may assist the commissioners, she started paragraph 16, which is how she became aware of the incident. There's no specific date granted given there, but it's the month. And then she just explained the circumstances.
Oh, all right. I guess I got confused. My apologies.
No problem,
I thought you also got to hear about it on the 15th.
Yes, it's the SAPS.
The fisherman's day, as it were.
Yes, Commissioner. It was the fishermen and the SAPS because they recovered the body. So they knew it. That is why I'm saying they knew earlier. It was just hours after it happened.
Are you able to tell then after how long it was when you got to know from the 15th?
Commissioner, I can estimate because it was after the funeral, I will say 2 weeks later. It was after he was buried because when I was talking to them, they were saying, no, we buried him. So then me visiting them, maybe it was towards end of April, beginning of May. But unfortunately, I don't have the exact date. Yes.
Can you, okay, fine, now I have the correct facts, but can you still explain, would it have been a matter of weeks? Was it more than a month? Are you not able to tell? But if you are able to tell and say it was a matter of weeks, I will still go back to my question. And I just want to understand the loss of time that resulted in the investigation taking as much as it did, taking as long as it did.
Commissioner, let me estimate at plus minus 3 weeks after the death. Yes. So going back to the Commissioner's question to say that I was there when the body was still there, I found it cordoned off, I took over the crime scene. The investigation, the time becomes lesser because I know from onset as to this is what transpired at the scene, these are the exhibits I got from the scene. But now here, I had to recreate the evidence on this matter. That is the reason I'm saying it was too late. Even if it was a day or two, as long as the scene was no longer there, it was too late.
Thank you.
If perhaps, and for clarity, I may follow up on that and retrace very briefly your steps from yesterday's testimony. You testified yesterday about the matter initially being registered as an inquest at the Duduza police station. My question, as an inquest, would you have authority to investigate it as IPID?
Commissioners, yes. We do have cases at IPID that come registered as inquest.
Yes.
Like, for an example, most of the cases when there was a shootout between the suspects and the police, and then there is evidence that really this deceased person was shooting at the police, the SAPS doesn't register murder against the police. They will register an inquest case. Even though we're investigating it, but it will be registered on case as inquest. But we will take over the investigation to take it to the decision. Then if it goes to NPA, then they turn it to say, no, somebody must be charged. We go back to the station to say, we are changing this case from inquest to murder because we are charging criminally. Yes, we do investigate inquest. If there was still involvement of the police in this, but the death was not determined, maybe the doctor is saying, because there are no injuries. For an example, let's say he was tortured. Okay, I think for the commissioners it's very important to explain those. As if we go back to Marius van der Merwe's version, he was not assaulted, he was tortured. So possibly he was not sustained injury that we can see, the visible injury, and died through suffocation. The police found him, he doesn't have injuries. He goes to the mortuary, postmortem is done. The doctor says, I can't determine anything here. Then the doctor says natural causes. But still, because there is a witness that is saying there were police officers when he went missing here, I was going to still investigate it so that we can exonerate the police officers to the family to say, yes, they were there, but they didn't kill him. This is the proof as to how did it came about that he was found dead here. Then after that investigation has been done, then we take the docket back to the SAPS.
Okay, thank you for that question, because that, I think, goes in large part to the question the chair posed to you. If you refer to your paragraph 20 at page 6, that's when you traced the case to Duduza police station, and you attached a document there marked NPM 1, and then it was an inquest. You recall that, you testified to that. At your page 6, paragraph 20.
Okay.
Now, overleaf at page 7, at paragraph 23, you then introduce the post-mortem report, which you have marked NPM 1, Roman 1. We looked at that post-mortem report yesterday, and it's dated the 9th of May, 2022. It is only later at paragraph 25 where you succeed in converting the inquest inquiry into a murder charge registered at Brakpan.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Based on the answer that you just gave, why is it then you did not start with your investigations either when you became aware of the inquest itself, registered inquest, alternatively as at the 9th of May 2022, or shortly thereafter, after you received the post-mortem report? On the statement, you make it sound like you could only begin after the conversion to a murder case. Perhaps we misunderstood you and you might want to correct us. Thank you.
Okay. The reason I couldn't take over the investigation immediately to say it's IPID's investigation, I had to prove the involvement of the police officers. I have to be sure that indeed the police officers were there. let's say if I had personally interviewed the witness and confirmed to me to say there were police officers here, I was going to immediately take over the investigation of that matter. But because I haven't found this witness, then I must check the death as to how did he die then. Because if he died of unnatural cause, still the police must answer to that. So after the conversion of the charge from inquest to murder, then that is when I fully took over the investigation. I'm not sure if I'm responding correctly to you.
Well, the commissioners are nodding, most importantly.
I'm not sure, commissioners, if it's cleared. I'm trying to clear it. I'm not sure if it makes sense.
Ms. Silo, just for our records, I think from second sentence of paragraph 2 of 20, it's a lot clearer there, because she says, I could not transfer the case docket to IPID because I was still conducting the preliminary investigation to ascertain if there were indeed involvement of police officers. An inquest docket traditionally contains a statement.
And that's what she testified to yesterday. So the commissioners are clarified. Thank you, Ms. Masuku.
Thanks, commissioners.
Then we try and find our place again. We are now at page 12. We were dealing with Mr. Van der Merwe's statement, which is your NPM 3, which was commissioned on the 30th of September 2022. You recall that's where we were at?
Yes.
You had said that you wanted to highlight some aspects from that statement at this moment, although you'll return to it. Had you completed that exercise? I think you were interrupted by the chair's question, which now we have answered. You can pick it up from there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, commissioners. I will reread this paragraph. On the 22nd of November 2022, the crime scene was reconstructed. Mr. Marius van der Merwe was guiding and pointing out the crime scene to the investigator. Crime scene reconstruction photos were taken by a photographer from Springs Local Criminal Records Center, who compiled an album regarding that. This album is part of the case docket. It was important for me to reconstruct the crime scene because we have primary scene and the secondary scene of the deceased. So for somebody, like in terms of prosecution, they will be having question as to where is this and where is that. So I wanted to put a picture to them to say, you see, this is the house. From the house, they drove so many kilometers to the dam. From the dam, they drove so many kilometers to their third area where they had the debriefing after the commission of the crime. Even for myself, it was going to make sense because I wouldn't be able to say, based on what Marius is alleging to have happened on the day, then it was enough that now we can effect arrest. Yes, after we had now done the reconstruction of the crime scene, then I realized that at least now I can understand Maria's statement. He explains exactly what happened to the scene. And I have the primary photos of the crime scene that was attended by SAPS. Then I'm comparing these photos to Maria's statement. Then now it makes sense to me. It will also make sense to the prosecutor for them to make a decision. But still, at that point, I didn't continue with the arrest of the members that were mentioned by Marius, because Marius was the witness that was incriminating himself as well. So I must have other proof to pin these people to the commission of this crime. I had to trace the mentioned suspects in order to obtain their warning statements, which is the warning statement, which is a document used by the investigator when questioning the suspect to ensure that their constitutional rights are protected. It advises the suspect of the charges, their rights to remain silent, their rights to legal representatives. The purpose is to formally record suspects' version of events while understanding that they are not obligated to incriminate themselves. It prevents any unlawful interrogation. After the statement was obtained from Marius, the scene is reconstructed now. Marius mentioned a number of people that he knew. I must trace these people and get their statements. The problem now that I'm having, I'm working for IPID. We investigate police officers. But Marius is mentioning private people now on the commission of this crime. I cannot separate and say for SAPS members, because they were on duty, I must get warning statements. For private people, I must arrest them straight. I cannot do that. I must all interview them to obtain their warning statements, to get the version of their side of what transpired on the day, together with the traffic officers as well as SAPS members, so that I can be able to take the docket for the decision. But I sat with my team to discuss this matter after we had reconstructed, going through Maria's statements and the witness statement, even though the witness couldn't be traced as to where he was during that period, but I had hoped that I will be able to find him later. Then,
rather, the reference to the witness you've just mentioned, is that the tenant?
A tenant.
All right.
Yes, Commissioner, a tenant. His statement, that's our, even though he didn't witness the commission of a crime, but that's the sole witness whereby we say he saw the police officers on the day, he saw the owner of the house on the day. After that, the police officers left, the owner was nowhere to be found. So it's now up to the police to answer, to say, where did he went to? Then I said to the team, let's rather arrest Fritz. You remember that Alexandra Fritz visited mother after the funeral. Fritz's car was pinned by the AVL to the scene. Marius is mentioning him in his statement. At least for Fritz, I've got evidence tangible against him. Then I said, let's rather arrest Fritz. We can arrest the rest of them as they are mentioned by Marius. But if maybe the NPA doubt in placing the docket on the court roll, but we will fight to place Fritz, at least. We were happy. Then, together with my team, we went to Nigel Court, because when it was registered as inquest, it started at Dudus and then it falls under Nigel Court. We went there to discuss with the senior public prosecutor, but our discussion there was just to say we're intending to effect an arrest. can you go through this to check if we have enough? Then he disagreed and said, no, you cannot, it's too early. We didn't agree with him. We left, we were not happy. He referred us to the chief prosecutor. I spoke telephonically to the chief prosecutor and explained the details of the matter. He also agreed with the SPP to say, no, it's too early. Don't do that. Then I went back to the office and said, okay, it's better. Let me refer this case docket to the NPA so that they can give me guidance on the steps now to be taken so that I can be able to have my investigation done so that I can be able to later effect an arrest.
Have you now skipped, or are you done with paragraph 47 of your statement?
I'm there, Commissioner.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm there, Commissioner.
okay.
I will read it. After the statement was obtained from Marius and reconstruction of the scene done, I then, together with the team members, approached Senior Public Prosecutor from Nigel Court with intention to discuss possible arrest. The SPP didn't agree with us as he referred us to the... We contacted the Chief Prosecutor telephonically and he did not agree with the team as well. Thereafter, I drafted the recommendation report to the North Gauteng Division Authority, which is NPA.
Or advice, please. Thank you, Commissioner.
Are you there, Ms. Masuku?
I'm there, Commissioner.
Yes. That's the memorandum you're referring to on page 11?
On the 7th, yes, Commissioner.
It's dated the 6th. I'm not sure why, but it doesn't matter. And then on page 13, please read paragraph 4 and 5 into the record.
Commissioner, can I get some clarity? I heard the Commissioner saying this memorandum is dated the 6th.
Yes, I'm looking at page 13, bottom of the page, next to your signature and Mr. Changa's signature. It says 6 December 2022.
And perhaps to assist, here's where the 7th comes from, first page, as the receipt stamped by the NPA,
Yes.
dated the 7th of December 2022, yes.
Okay, Commissioner, I compiled it on the 6th.
Yes.
And then it was signed off in my office on the 6th. But I delivered the docket on the 7th at NPA. Hence, on the memorandum, it's dated the 6th, but the date in the front page is the 7th.
Yes.
That's the reason it's got two different dates.
Yes. Yes, Ms. Masuku, and the reason why I need you to read paragraph 4 and 5 into the record is because you will remember the allegation made against IPID is that they frustrated the investigation into the matter and they never took steps to take the matter forward. So I think this memorandum is important because it partly, not fully, partly answers the allegation.
Commissioner, the Commissioner said I must read
Only 4 and 5 on page 13.
on page 13 of my statement.
Yes. No,
No,
not
of
the
the annexed
statement.
bundle.
The document where we were, the memorandum.
Of the memorandum.
Your memorandum to the DPP.
Page 13 of my memorandum.
Yes.
Okay.
The heading in para 4 says IPID request from there.
Okay.
Yes.
Based on the, yes, it's point number 4, IPID request. Based on the information contained in the case docket above, it is the request of the IPID that the NPA should, in terms of section 1792 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, make a decision whether or not to institute criminal proceedings against the above mentioned suspects, and to carry out any necessary functions incidental to instituting criminal proceedings. Paragraph 5, conclusion. In terms of Section 7.5 of the IPID Act, the IPID awaits your decision in accordance with your constitutional mandate as per Section 1792 of Constitution referred to above to enable the institution IPID to comply with its obligation as provided for Section 7.5 of IPID Act.
And just for the record, in paragraph 2.2 on page 12, your memorandum, maybe you should read it for yourself. Let me not read it for you. Page 12, paragraph 2.2.
Paragraph 2.2 states, the investigation is complete and all necessary statements, technical reports, and expert reports are attached in the dockets for your attention in accordance with your Regulation 5.3I of the IPID regulation issued on the 10th of February 2012 under government notice number 3518.
Yes, thank you. I don't know if my co-commissioners have a question on this document. You were dealing with the NPA's response to your memorandum.
It's before she gets to the actual response, this annexure. As Commissioner Kumalo requested you to read the item 4 IPID request, you say that page 13, based on the information contained in the docket above. You see that line?
Yes, I do, Commissioner.
And if we go back to page 12, you have a table there headed case docket content. So these are the documents, if I understand, that you included in the docket handed to the DPP. Is that correct?
That's correct, Commissioners.
It's 23 documents from what I can see. Do you want to highlight some of the documents that were in the docket at the time?
Yes, Commissioners. What I can highlight here, when the case docket was submitted to the DPP in Pretoria, it contained the postmortem, which described how he died and the injuries sustained. It had the AVL, which is the document I was talking about, of Alexandra Fritz, the vehicle that belonged to SAPS he was driving on the day. It had already Marius van der Merwe's statement. It had the witness statement, which was the tenant. It had as well the registers of SAPS register, official registers, whereby it proves that Fritz on the day he was on duty, which car did he use? I have the document called SAP 132B, which is the a logbook of SAP's car. And then I had a document of SAP 15 of the driver of the BMW, which was Alexandra. I also had SAP 15 of other members who were working on the day, which is a list of other members that were working at Brakpan on the day. And the reason I had to have that, it's because of Marius was saying there were police officers from Brakpan, but they were not identified. And it was not easy to identify them on the list because it's just names. You don't know that in between them who was there. Then when I referred to this docket, I had already communicated with the SPP and the chief prosecutor. These are my documents. I was saying I'm having enough that I can effect arrest on my own. Hence, when I'm referring it to the DPP, I am saying still to them to say I have enough. But I know that because they are disagreeing with me, they must give me further directives from what I'm having.
Thank you for that. So then this is submitted to the DPP on the 7th of December 2022.
That's correct, Commissioners.
And then you can take it from there. Thank you.
Ms. Masuku, before you do that, at page 11, which is the first page to your memorandum, and maybe for completeness, you should place on record the classification. You have there the IPID classification, and then you also have the alleged offense that you were seeking these people to be charged with. And then if you do not have any difficulty about compromising your case, you could also place on record the list of suspects that you have on that page. If that is a problem, I'm happy for you not to list the suspects.
Commissioner,
you have IPID classification?
yes. IPID classification, it's section 28(1)(b) of IPID Act, which is death as a result of police action.
Okay.
And then the alleged offense is murder.
Okay. And then you have a list of suspects there. If you have any difficulty in mentioning them, I think you should anyway mention the ones that we know are deceased now as part of the suspects.
If I may, the witness deals with the same suspects in the body of her statement,
And she will
as
get that.
with yesterday regarding Mr. Fritz.
Okay.
She had indicated she doesn't have a difficulty.
Okay.
Just to cross-check, Ms. Masuku, do you have a difficulty in reading out the witness, these suspects as are listed at page 11? If you don't, Commissioner Baloyi is inviting you to please do so.
I will read the suspects list, Commissioners.
All right. Thank you.
During the time when we first take it for the NPA decision, the following suspects were mentioned as part of the suspects that must be prosecuted. It was Reservist Constable Z. Fritz, Mr. W. Pretorius, Mr. E. van der Walt, Mr. M. van der Merwe, which is Marius, Mr. J. Mkwanazi, Mr. J. Hanekom, who is now deceased, Mr. Kobas, Ms. K. Listos, who is a Metro officer, Ms. J. Marie Extian, who is an SAPS member, and Mr. A. Mackenzie, who is an EMPD member as well. Mr. J. Mkwanazi as well is an EMPD member. The rest of other mentioned names, it's private people.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Ms. Masuku, we are now at a point where you have submitted this memorandum to the DPP. If you can pick up your testimony from there, what transpired thereafter?
The DPP advised, amongst the others, that we could not be able to obtain a conviction in circumstances where we are relying solely on the testimony of a single witness, whom himself was a suspect in the murder. The DPP therefore returned the file to us for further investigation.
Do you have it in writing, the DPP's response to your memo?
Commissioners, I was addressing the SC for that, to say, before I came for the consultation, I had it. It's just that unfortunately, I asked assistants in the office to make copies for me because I had left the bundle of documents on my desk. So when they were making copies, that particular document is no longer there. That means it's being misplaced. But it doesn't mean that I won't be able to find it. It's just that now I don't have it in my possession.
And if I may, as discussed with Ms. Masuku, after this she will try and locate precisely that document and she will file it with a supplementary statement. It's just that she couldn't obtain it at the time now the statement was due. Thank you.
It may even be sought from the DPP if you can't locate your copy.
Indeed, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. I will do that during break. If she's in the office, she'll be able to send me. Yes. Thank you.
Please proceed.
As a lead investigator on this matter, we had agreed as a team that warning statements from the suspects would be obtained by the rest of the team members, excluding myself. This was because I dealt with Marius van der Merwe's statements. Therefore, I needed someone who would approach the rest of the suspects without the full knowledge of Marius van der Merwe's version. My other role is to exercise overall control, the coordination, and accountability for the investigation, rather than personally perform every investigation task myself. After the docket was taken for decision for the first time, the DPP offered further directives of a list of instructions that must be carried over before we return the docket back. Some of them was to obtain the warning statements from the rest of these mentioned suspects. So I had to start locating these suspects. As I acknowledge, the investigation was dependent on teamwork. Given the security threats and operational risk prevalent in the area, it was both prudent and necessary for investigators to work collaboratively and to allocate tasks amongst team members. Mr. Makakula's involvement thereof reflects the lawful delegation of functions within the team-based investigation conducted under the authority and direction of the lead investigator.
And in that sense, the lead investigator was yourself?
It was myself,
Thank
Commissioners.
you. Please continue.
Following the incident and during our investigation, we managed to obtain statements from the following suspects that were mentioned by Marius van der Merwe. Commissioners, I will mention the name because their names are known already. We obtained the warning statements from Brigadier Julius Mkwanazi, Alexandra Zander Fritz, who was an SAPS reservist at Brakpan, but later resigned. Begogwa Kesibanda, who is the police sergeant at Brakpan Police Station. Juan Marie Exten, based at Flying Squad. Keisha Lee Stolz, who is an MPD constable. Adrian Mackenzie, who's also an MPD constable. And Willem Pretorius, who is a security officer from an unknown company to myself. Etienne van der Walt, who is a security officer. And Cobus van Rensbeck from Coast Guard Security. These statements were obtained in order to get their version of events on the day of incident. All the above warning statements were obtained from different dates, ranging from 2023-02 24 to 2026-01-28. I attach copies of these statements marked NPM 5I to 5IX and a copy of a death certificate of Constable Khosa marked NPM 5X.
If I may then direct you to your annexure file for these annexures NPM 5, Roman 1 to NPM Roman 5. They start at page 14 of your annexure bundle.
Yes, Commissioner, I'm there.
You state that these were obtained over a period starting the 24th of February 2023. Okay. So you note at your paragraph 51 that they range from the 24th of February 2023. Are you correct? Because if you say Alexandra Fritz was the first statement and we go to NPM 5, Roman 1, there's a signature there. Well, you have, it's in two parts really. It's the standard form called Statement Regarding Interview with Suspect, and that is dated the 17th of February 2023, that you will find at page 19 and page 20. And attached to that is the actual statement, which is dated the 24th of February 2023 at page 27. So you are relying on the date of the actual statement, not the warning form or whatever it's called that appears at the beginning of that annexure.
Commissioners, on that, I think it should be rectified. I'm relying on the warning statement,
Yes.
the form, because even if he doesn't come back with the exact statement, as long as I have this, I will take it back for decision.
Okay.
So I think the date should be amended to the one for the form, which is the 17th of February, not the one where I got his statement.
We shall make that amendment accordingly. Thank you. So we are now then at page 14. You say Mr. Alexander Fritz was the first suspect you obtained a statement from. And that actual statement starts at page 22. Now, are you able to highlight for the commissioners what further information you were able to obtain from Alexandra Fritz at this juncture on the 23rd of February, on the 24th of February 2023?
The information that I managed to get from the statement of Alexandra Fritz, it was the confirmation to say, yes, he was there in the premises on the day, as well as there was members from Brakpan Police Station, whereby he's mentioning one by the surname, the other one he doesn't mention by the surname. So now it's helping me to say at least I've got another suspect that was not mentioned by Marius, that is now being mentioned by Fritz, that I must trace. Even though he doesn't mention to say who was the other police officer, but I knew that if I get this one, then he will be able to tell me as to who was he driving with. I will not be able to divulge more, but What I just wanted to highlight to the commissioners is to say, even though he was there, but he is distancing himself from seeing the deceased on the day in question. He arrived, yes, in the premises, but according to him, he didn't see anyone there. He saw the police officers who were there busy working as the house was ransacked, according to his statement. The members that he knows, he's these ones that are working with him at his station. And then there were other EMPD members. He is also mentioning that there was another African male that he just give description as to how did he look like. What I can say to the commissioners that even though we have a list of 12 suspects, including the deceased suspects in this matter, but it can happen that after arrest, we can be able to arrest more people that were involved, because I do believe that it was not only these ones. They were more. And after these suspects can be arrested, that is when I will be able to interrogate them based on the information I'm having. But for now, I cannot interrogate them because they are not yet charged.
Thank you. I see. I would like to refer you to a part of that statement with reference to what you read out from the memorandum you sent to the DPP in December 2022, and just to check that it will not compromise your case. So I would like you to consider it and confirm if you can. We can read it out, or you can just confirm by reading it. In this regard, please refer to page 23 of, we are still in Fritz's statement.
Yes, I'm there.
And in particular at paragraph 7. And paragraph 7, he speaks to the detail of the vehicle he was driving on the day. This is after he confirms having been on duty on the 14th of April in the evening. You see that?
Yes, I see that,
Now,
Commissioner.
my question is, are you able then to speak to that aspect with reference to what you have stated and you have set out at in NPM 4, which is your report to the DPP regarding the vehicle you are able to track through the AVL system?
Yeah, yes, Commissioners, that's correct. But Commissioners, if you can excuse me on this paragraph, because I realize there is something that I don't want to read out.
Okay, no, that's fine. I'm happy with that.
Yes.
I'll leave that question. I was quite hesitant too. I don't want to compromise your case. But at least, because the commissioners can see what is at paragraph 7, they have the DPP report. Can you confirm that the information that is at paragraph 7 is the information you had already communicated to the DPP?
That's correct, Commissioners.
Thank you. So, you recall yesterday you testified about your meeting with, I think it's the mother of the deceased.
That's
who
correct.
related a visit by a certain Zander Fritz, who represented himself as a Hawks person or officer. Please have regard, we're still in Fritz's statement, page 26. I think yesterday we made a fleeting reference to it.
I'm there, Commissioners.
And I am interested in particular at paragraph 16. you may, you'll decide whether to read it into the record, to read it to yourself and comment to the commissioners insofar as it is relevant to what the deceased mother told you about that particular visit.
Yes, Commissioners, I can read this on record, but I won't mention one name that is mentioned there. But I can read the paragraph on record.
Please do then skip those parts that you think is not appropriate to read out.
I got work from this individual mentioned here that Cobus had organized for me shortly after the 14th of April 2022. They gave me a few cases that they wanted me to investigate. And one of the cases were the one that Constable Sibande and myself assisted in Crocodile Street in Salis Village. I went to the address where I met a lady and told her that I'm from Hawk Risk Protection and asked her about the truck that was standing on her premises. She then told me that her husband was found dead in the lake. I left my number with her and said that if she had any information regarding the truck, that she must contact me. I told the company where I had got the work from that I was at the above address with Cobus to see if we could recover anything that was stolen from his client. I also told the person that he got a job from that the lady living there said her husband passed away and that the truck was no longer standing at the premises.
Thank you. Now, this is the 24th of April, 24th of February, 2023. There is more in this warning statement that we did not highlight here at the Commission. I want to establish from you the DPP having returned the docket to you after December 2022. You obtained this statement in February 2023. Was this not sufficient to return the docket to the DPP and say you now have more information and for a decision, or was it necessary to still do further investigations, and why?
Commissioners, yes. The docket was sent in December and then it was returned, I think, early January 2023 with further instructions. Then I started to follow on those instructions. As this statement, it's one of me noting the instructions from the DPP, but it was not enough of me to say, because now I'm having these statements now from Alexandra, I must take the docket back again to say they can prosecute. Because already I had enough evidence against Mr. Fritz. This is additional to show that evidence that I'm having, it proves he was there. But for me, because now I'm having these statements to take the docket back again, the docket was going to come back again to me to say, but there are further instructions that you haven't complied to. They are important as well. So for me, it was important to get the rest of other statements from the rest of other suspects that are mentioned here.
Okay. In your statement, now before I say that, we have now looked at Alexander Fritz's statement, which is NPM 5, Roman 1. There are a total of 9 statements in the file.
That's correct.
Beyond here, would you like to make any comments regarding the content of the other statements from the suspects? You had mentioned who these suspects were at your paragraph 51 that you obtained warning statements from.
Okay, what I can mention regarding all the suspects, because at the end, for this duration of the dates I've mentioned to say, it was from the 17th of February 2023, the first statement, until the last statement on the 28th of January 2026. All these statements, yes, they were at the premises, but none of them saw the deceased. They all arrived at the premises, but according to them, the deceased, they didn't have any interaction with the deceased. They didn't see him. That means he was not there when they arrived. And some of them, they didn't even go inside the house. They just ended on the premises. But for me, it's enough as long as they did arrive, because what they want to prove is they were on that premises on the day of incident.
Okay, thank you for that. Looking at your date range then, over which you obtained these statements, I realize that, and with reference to the work of the commission, I realize that the last statement you obtained in 2025 is dated the 27th of October 2025, and that's NPM 5, Roman 8. And that is the statement of Etienne van der Walt, starting at page 107. Do you confirm that?
Okay, I'm getting the, yes, I confirm that, Commissioners.
And that date is of interest to me because 27th October 2025, the Commission had not heard from witness D, Mr. Marius van der Merwe.
That's correct, Commissioners.
In your statement, however, you have, your last statement is 28th January 2026. By then, Mr. van der Merwe had testified on the 5th of December. Whose statements did you obtain after the testimony of Marius van der Merwe before the Commission?
It's the last statement of Etienne, as well as the statement of Constable Sibande from, who is a police officer. But you will see that on the warning statement form,
Yes.
there is Sibande's form that was obtained during 2023,
Yes.
whereby he has chosen to remain silent. But after Marius came to the Commission, then Sibande came forward and said, I'm bringing my statement. Then I took it.
And perhaps for the record, Commissioners, Bekokwake Sibanda's statement is NPM 5, Roman 4. It starts with the usual warning form, whatever that document is called, at page 58. And that form, Officer Sibande signed on the 16th of May 2023 in Brakpan at page 65. However, it doesn't have a statement. The statement attached from page 73 is now the statement of Officer Sibande, and at page 75, it bears a date stamp of the 1st of December 2025. That was before witness D testified.
Commissioner, that means I must rectify if I say he gave it after
Okay, yes.
the witness D testified. But I will say he gave it because the case was already a talk everywhere. Even SAPS was now making inquiries as to where is the case docket. So they confronted their members who they know they were involved. Then Sibande, as he was one of them, that is when, after confronting him, then he came back to me and said, I sat with the legal side of SAPS, then I was advised to give statement. Then I'm bringing my statement. Then I agree to say you can bring your statement.
Okay.
Ms. Silla, you confused me. I thought you were correct the first time when you said this statement was made after witness D testified.
Yes.
Then you changed to say, no, it could have been earlier.
No, the witness had said she got two statements after witness D had testified, stating Sibande and Extian. So I point out to the witness that actually Officer Sibande's statement is dated the 1st of December 2025, which is prior to. So that's the correction she just effected. His official consultation or interview was in May 2023, when he refused to give an actual statement. He just completed that form, but did not give a statement. He subsequently gave it on the 1st of December 2025.
And witness D testified in November.
On the 5th of December 2025.
No, it was the minister on the 5th of December. He died on the 5th of December.
That's why.
Yes, that's when you confused.
That's where I'm sorry, I confused the witness. I'm sorry, you're quite correct. You're quite correct. So the witness is correct from the original version that she got two after the testimony of witness D. It's the date of death. I apologize for the confusion. I realize I have eaten into the tea time for commissioners. I just want to finish off one question, this aspect of her testimony. So it's clarified, and thank you, Commissioner Kumalo, that you obtained two statements after the testimony of witness D.
That's correct, Commissioner.
We have clarified that is Officer Sibande.
Yes.
The only other one then after that period is NPM, according to your file, NPM 5, Roman 9 at page 124. If you could just very briefly deal with that and the date you obtained that statement.
Page again?
124.
124. Yes, I'm there, Commissioners.
So whose statement is this then? And if you could just deal with the date on that statement.
It's statement from Constable John Marie Extian, who is a police officer as well. And it was obtained on the...
I'm at 137. There is a signature there and a date.
On the 28th of January 2026.
28th January 2026. And that would be the last of your statements, because your next annexure that you reference at paragraph 51 is annexure NPM 5 Roman 10, which you state as a copy of the death certificate of Constable Koza. And that is at page 141 for the record. Do you confirm?
That's correct, Commissioners.
Thank you, Commissioners. We'll stop this.
Can I just check this, Ms. Masuku? At page 74, this is the statement of Sibande. And this is in relation to a question yesterday about a reservist attending to the scene. You see, in paragraph 2, he explains that he arrived at the scene, or they arrived at the scene, and then formed teams under Constable Fritz's guidance. Is that how it works? That police officers can be under the leadership of a reservist?
No, that's not correct, Commissioner. It doesn't work in that way.
Yes.
You cannot get instruction from a reservist. He's the one who must guide the reservist.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. And then secondly, at page 25, that is the statement of Alexander Fritz that you were looking at earlier, at page 25 in paragraph 12 and line 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 from the bottom.
Okay, Commissioner, I'm still getting the...
Page 25? At paragraph 12.
Yes, Commissioner.
And then that paragraph 12, if you count from the bottom of the paragraph, go to line 5. In fact, you can go to line 6, which starts, we saw the truck standing. Do you see where I'm reading?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. Now, in the next line, he says, we saw a black male with a beard and glasses. And then if you read on, he then says in the next sentence, he was apparently from the EMPD, but dressed in civil clothing. Did you establish who the person that he would have been describing here? And I ask because when you look at your list of suspects from the EMPD, the only African name is Mkwanazi, and he's placed outside. Here he seems to speak about a different person. Have you put a name to this other person that is being described here and apparently from the EMPD?
Commissioners, sorry. Yes, I did inquire regarding this, but the only people that can tell me as to who is this man, it's them. That is why I said to the commissioners to say, if the arrest can be effected, possibly there are more suspects that will be arrested, because I will be able to interrogate them based on what they are telling me. So for now, if he says, I don't know him, then I can't do anything for now. I will take that. Then for me to go to EMPD to say I'm looking for somebody who wears dark glasses with a beard, they will tell me that there are about 20. So I won't know who am I looking for. But because he is saying he was from EMPD, I know that I will get him. Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair.
Let's adjourn and resume at 11:30.
Thank you, Chair.
It's 11:29. Let's get started. Your cell phones off, please. Thank you.
Yes, Ms.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Masuku, we are now at page 14 of your statement. And we had dealt with the warning statements. You have marked NMP 5, Roman 1 to NMP 5, Roman 9, together with the death certificate of Constable Koza, which you've marked NPM 5, Roman 10.
Yes, that's correct, Commissioner.
You then start you have a sub-chapter there. Before you deal with it, Commissioners, at paragraph 52, this is the statement of Brigadier James Kwanazi that the witness deals with specifically. There is an error at line 1. It's NPM 6, at NPM 5, not NPM 6. If you could just effect that correction. Thank you. Ms. Masuku, you then specifically then deal with the statement of Brigadier Mkwanazi, starting at paragraph 52, at page 14, if you could then deal with that statement.
Commissioners, I will read because Brigadier Mkwanazi was before the commissioners. He testified on this matter. So I will read the version that he gave to me.
Before you do so, may I invite you to the actual annexure NPM 5, Roman 6. You omit to indicate the date on which that statement was taken in your statement. So if you could just place it on record before you deal with its contents. That would start at your annexures, page 76. NPM 5, Roman 6.
Yes, Commissioners, I'm there.
The date I have then there's another correction then to be effected at line 1. The correct annexure is NPM 5, Roman 5, not Roman 6. They both say 6. So it's 5, Roman 5. That statement starts in your annexure bundle at page 76. You've located it.
Yes, I'm there, Commissioners.
And for the purpose of the date on which it was taken, I would like to refer you to page 81. If you could just place that date on record, then you can deal with the contents of the statement, as you do from your paragraph 52.
It was taken on the 24th of May, 2023. And he stated that he was going to give the statement on the 2nd of June.
On the 2nd of June?
Yes, Commissioner.
And the actual statements that he provides as a handwritten is that the handwritten statement at page 91, starting at 91 to 92? Is that the actual statement of
That's the
Brigadier
statement
Mkwanazi?
that he gave. That's
Okay.
correct, Commissioners.
That particular statement at 91 onto 92 is undated. It's signed and seems to bear a number, perhaps his police number. Doesn't have a
that's
name,
his-
it's just signed.
That's Commissioners. That's his number on the servers, his pay number. They call it like that.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Then let's go back to your statement from paragraph 52, where you deal with the contents of this particular statement.
The statement of Brigadier James Mkwanazi Brigadier Julius Mkhwanazi states in his warning statement, Commissioner, I think it will be corrected as well because it says annexure NP6.
Yes, we have already corrected that.
Okay.
We should read NPM 6, NPM 5, Roman 5. If you could just make those changes then.
Brigadier Julius Mkhwanazi states in his warning statement, annexure NPM 5, Roman figure 5, that Roman figure 6, that he was woken up by Yako at approximately 2 in the morning, asking him to come and see the success of the recovery of the truck in Brakpan area. He stated that he eventually arrived at the scene and saw several vehicles, marked and unmarked, including those of private persons. Yako collected him from the vehicle, where after he showed him the white truck and told him that everything was under control. Brigadier Julius Mkhwanazi stated that he told Yako that he was frustrated because they were standing next to about 9 white males. Brigadier Julius Mkhwanazi alleged that he then shouted at Yako as he had woken him up and invited him to a crime scene which was not an EMPD operation. Julius claims he then stood outside the gate for a few minutes with intention to leave, but he suspected that the unknown white males inside the yard wanted to move items outside of the truck. Brigadier Julius Mkhwanazi further alleges that he then moved towards the next street where he parked. Yako followed him and informed him all was in order. He then left as he was working the next day.
I think that's the end of your actual quotations from Brigadier J. Mkhwanazi's statement.
That's correct, Commissioners.
That's
You,
so,
sorry. Go on.
indeed. I was saying that's the summary of what you have attached as NPM 5, Roman 5. Is that correct?
That's correct, Commissioners.
You said you did not take the other statements, so that would include Brigadier Julius Mkhwanazi's statement. You said you did not take the others because you had taken Mr. van der Merwe's statement. Did I understand you correctly?
Can you rephrase, Commissioner? I'm not getting the question.
I thought you said that these other statements that you just referred us to, that even before tea, you said you did not take those. Your colleagues, or I don't know who took them, but other people took those others. Did I understand you correctly?
That's correct, Commissioners.
Yes,
But
yes.
in that, I was meaning, Commissioner, to say I'm not the one who was writing the warning forms.
Yes.
But it doesn't mean that I didn't interview these suspects.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Even on this, he wrote it himself and just gave us a handwritten statement to say, here is the statement.
Because there's this sentence that sounds a bit odd. It says Brigadier Julius Mkhwanazi stated that he told Yako that he was frustrated because they were standing next to about 9 white males. I just wanted to understand what was frustrating with that. But why I prefaced this by saying that you had not taken the statement, I prefaced it that way because I thought you would not be able to explain that rather odd statement.
Commissioner, I won't be able to explain maybe exactly, maybe what you, maybe the clarity that you need to get, but maybe in this manner, he says he was frustrated because there was a lot of other officers there or people there. So according to him, why was he called to come there? So when he's saying to those plus minus white males, because Yako was also a white male, so there were a lot of them they were there. But I understand what the commissioner is asking because it can mean a lot as to why specifically white males. Commissioner, I think...
Ms. Masuku, perhaps it might assist you if you go to the actual statement and locate that part in Brigadier Mkwanazi's statement where he speaks of the 9 white males. His statement starts at page 91 of that annexure bundle.
And the part about the plus minus 9 white males is the very last paragraph at page 91 of his own statement now.
Okay. Have you located the
Yes,
statement?
Commissioner. Yes.
And the chair assists you by referring you specifically to the last paragraph of page 91. Can you just quickly read that paragraph as you are able to, because to the extent that it's legible?
Okay. I got frustrated and called him aside because we're standing next to plus minus 9 white males next to the gate. I must mention that I shouted at him for waking me up for other law enforcement operation, which was not EMPD.
Please finish the sentence.
And to tell me everything was sorted. We stood outside the gate for minutes. Then I started to move towards my vehicle, but I suspected that they wanted to take stuff from the truck.
Well, you are almost at the end of the statement. I guess you might as well read the final paragraph there.
I drove towards the next streets where he noticed that I am still there parked. He came with his car and informed me that everything is in order. I then left because I was working the same day.
That's the end of Brigadier Mkwanazi's statement.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Masuku, you've summarized this statement then from your paragraphs 52 to 54. At 56, you deal with a slightly different issue, and this relates to the delays in obtaining the witness statements. If you could take your testimony from paragraph 56.
The investigation process of obtaining the warning statements experienced a lot of delays. This was because Marius kept on warning the team that his co-suspects are very dangerous people. As an investigator, I had to think of Maria's safety every time we make a move towards other mentioned suspects. Threat analysis assessments were conducted on the team as well. These assessments resulted in protection being offered by the department to those team members engaged in investigation. The members were provided with protection services from March 2023 until 11th of July 2024. Commissioners, I think, omitted to mention when did it started in my statement. Only wrote when it was terminated. But the protection has started in March 2023.
You actually do in the next sentence after you introduce NPM 6.
All right. When the service was terminated by Mr. Keefelakae, a copy of the termination letter attached as Annexure NPM 6.
And for your purposes, NPM 6 is at page 142 of your annexure bundle. If you could open that. (142).
Yes, Commissioner Samde.
Then I suggest you complete the rest of paragraph 56, and then we'll deal with the contents of the annexure itself. Thank you.
We were under protection for a period of 16 months, from 10 March 2023 to 15 July 2024. During this period, we couldn't pursue our investigation As vigorously as we would have preferred, Marius refused to be placed under protection, preferring rather to rely on the services of his own security company.
Going then to page 142, which is actually the termination letter by Mr. Keefelakae of the protection services that had been provided to you from the 10th of March. Are you able to briefly indicate to the commissioners the circumstances that pertained at the time that led to you being placed under protection?
Yes, commissioners. When we started the investigation by now, following on these other suspects, our first warning statement was from the 17th of February 2023. Immediately after we had approached the first suspects that was on, to point and say they were coming from them, but they were threats. That I had to inform the department to say I was not feeling safe, as well as the team. For a number of things that were happening that were unusual. Then the department ran their own investigation that didn't include us, because it was done. We will be called for interviews every now and then. There will be visits our home, investigators from other departments. But it was done very quickly because the threats were escalating. Then we were protected. We felt a bit at ease, but still, it was not easy because the protection, they were not moving around with us. But we had to continue working. In the meantime, when we're working, I will communicate with Marius because it's not all of us who are communicating with him, avoiding what he has warned us that I cannot mention here when he was giving us statements. Then we have our own way of communicating with him that we had agreed on. He kept on telling us, when we make a move, we won't tell him, and so we won't notify him, but definitely he will come back to us and say, slow down. Your lives are at risk. Then we will listen to him because he has warned us to say, who are we dealing with? Commissioners, it won't be a period that I will say, if he wants me this week, on Thursday, and then on Monday I must start afresh. I won't do that. I will wait for a bit to cool down and focus on other matters. Leave this one. So that I can get it off everyone's mind. Then when it's quiet, then we will go for the next one. That is the reason these warning statements, they took time. And really, our lives, they were at risk. I won't say it was who on these cases, but what I know is we were having threats towards our lives. Because when I remember, we are in 2026 now. December of 2024,
Please continue. Please continue, Ms. Masuku.
Thank you, Commissioners. December of 2024, my vehicle was shot at. And I was driving on N17 in Springs area with my family, the kids. I'm not saying it's them, but those are the threats that were coming towards us. So we had to work, take a break, concentrate on something else. The reason I won't say it's only them. I'm saying this because this is not the only sensitive case that I'm dealing with. It's a lot of them. And it's rare whereby there will be a sensitive case like murder against law enforcers. There won't be threat coming to your side because they will know what's coming when you're busy with your investigation. But we soldier on, we continue. It's just that South Africa will never understand what you go through.
Ms. Masuku, if then we could go to an extra NPM 6 at page 142, there is a list of IPID investigators there. Firstly, could you read them out, nominating their protection services?
Okay, the members that were involved in this investigation and that were put under protection, it was Mr. Tulani Makakula, Mr. Tulani Dlamini, and Ms. Nomsa Masuku.
And the last one, of course, is yourself.
That's myself, yes.
Earlier, you testified that they were not moving around with you, the security.
That's
what you
correct,
stated.
Commissioners.
And I note from this particular document, this letter from Mr. Keefelakae terminating the services, paragraph 1 reads, this letter serves to inform Bidvest Protea Coin of the termination of the guarding services at the places of residence of IPID investigators currently guarded by the company. You see that?
Yes.
So am I correct to understand that the services were only provided to your respective homes?
Yes, that's correct,
Not as you were carrying out your daily duties?
Yes. It was carried at our home and it was worth it. Yes, it was.
Okay. You then, let's go to your paragraph 57 and we pick it up from there.
This has been one of the difficult matters to solve for a number of reasons. Firstly, the police involvement had to be proven as unlawful, as there were no official leads at the accounting police station to prove that the officers carried their duties on the day, as alleged by Marius van der Merwe. Secondly, the investigators were under continuous serious threats throughout the course of investigation. I personally am a victim of such threats being carried out.
Can I find out from you, you reference an instance, I think you said it was in December 24, when your vehicle was fired at on the N17 next to Springs. Are there any other noteworthy incidents that you'd like to bring to the Commissioner's attention? If you can't, please don't.
Mr. Law, let's take a break. You'll indicate to us when we should come back.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, it seems we are ready to resume. Please make sure your cell phones are off. Thank you.
Ms. Masuku, are you in a position to continue?
Yes, Commissioner Sayer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Ms. Masuku, you may, when you are ready.
Thank you, Commissioners. Apologies for the small.
There is no need to apologize at all.
Hi, Commissioners. What I just wanted to place on record was that we do go under very serious threats on a daily basis when we're doing our investigations, because we investigating the law enforcement officers that commit crime and they don't want to be arrested. But that doesn't stop us from doing our duties. We continue to do our duties even though we know that our lives are at risk. As I had indicated to say, my car was once shot at. I was with my kids. It passed. I continued with my duties as normal. But there is a time where my son was also shot. We thank God he didn't pass on, but his life changed from that day because he was wheelchair bound. But thank you to the Lord that he can try to walk now.
This was a second incident.
My
That
son
is
was the
off-
first.
off-
My son was the first incident,
Yeah.
and then my car was the second incident.
All right. And just give us the dates of both incidents again, please.
Commissioners, with your permission, maybe if I will be able to give to the SC.
All right. No,
yes,
no.
and not give them.
No,
yeah.
That's in order.
I confirm. I'll receive them and I shall inform the commissioners accordingly. Thank you.
Yes.
Are you able to say whether it was after you had taken over the investigation?
For my car, it was when I was doing this investigation. For my son, it was when I was doing other investigations whereby it was involving a lot of officers in one case. Our office was made aware as well of the threats because those threats, they had come in a form of something was being prearranged by the members to get a hitman. Then during their arrangements, somebody in the midst of the arrangements, it's somebody who knew me. Then that person got the opportunity to give me a call to say, I'm not sure if, because I'm not mentioning the name, but by the description they are giving, I think in your department they are talking about you. And when the last time I saw the news, I saw that you were the one who was busy with a certain case which was in the news, whereby a number of officers you had arrested. We notified the department, and then the department took action on that because as a result, on the day when the department was notified of that, the department managed to say, all of us in our office, we must carry firearms. Then the threats, remember, commissioners, that I'm receiving threats today, but tomorrow I must wake up and go to work. As the threats, those threats were very serious because I knew what was being planned towards me. It's very difficult also to share it to my family, to say, this is what I've received, because of now, for them, they will panic. Even if I share it, I find a way of sharing it. I had to do bail application. It was done, it passed until the case was finalized. But in the midst of that, that is when in between my son was shot. And the reason I'm pinning it to this, to that matter I'm talking about, it's because of my son during that period. He was the one that was driving me, trying to protect me. When I leave home, he will drive me to work. When I visit the stations, he will be my driver. So they realized to say, there was nothing he was going to do. He doesn't have a gun. But he just said, I will be with you. So I think they realized to say, maybe for me to feel the pain, or maybe because they didn't know if he's got a gun or what, then it was said, if we eliminate him, then I will be left alone. But it didn't stop me from doing my duties. I continued as I'm continuing even today. So I just wanted to relate to the commissioners and South Africa to know, to say, if they see delays like this in the cases that we do, it's not easy. It's not easy at all. Every case has got an explanation as to what is the reason you took that delay. We have reason, we at IPID that are investigating law enforcement officers. You, Commissioner, I had in court, because I was scared of the guy, of the members, I don't want to lie, but I had to put a brave face and face them and said to them, I heard what you're planning. Here's my home address. If you need me, come to my house and find me there. And then I left them, but when I left them, I asked myself as to, if they come, what am I going to do?
Thank you, Ms. Masuku, and thank you for your bravery.
Can I just ask, Ms. Masuku, what does the employer, the IPID employer, what does it do when there are situations like these? Firstly, I think we did hear yesterday, and you're repeating that it is a job hazard, firstly, that you would be confronted with these kind of situations. But surely the IPID should have something in place that whose sole purpose, whether it's a policy, but in addition to policy, resources in place which are to provide protection to, and different levels of protection, I accept that, to its investigators. Is there anything? Is there nothing? And what there is, and I would like you to comment to the extent that you are comfortable to comment, whether what you know to be in place is adequate, in your opinion.
Commissioner, what I will comment on is what involved in, like the one whereby we were offered protection, but like I explained to say, it was in our residential places. We must leave and go to work. But at least when you are at work, you are at ease to say my family is protected. But what about myself? Commissioner, I respond to on behalf of the department as to they take these threats serious up to which level. Because I only tell myself to say maybe it can be taken that serious if it faces somebody that is straight to your family. Yes, I appreciate that we were protected for that period. I appreciate.
As you say, the protection was static, was at your house.
Yes.
And as you were conducting investigations, you were doing that without mobile protection, if that's a correct word.
That's very correct, Commissioners. We do have the security department within the department. Even now, they are in contact with us. I don't know what will come out of it, because before I came here, I said to them, I'm going there to show my face. And then as from Monday next week, I must be on duty. I must work. I must be out working. Which roads of South Africa will I drive and be safe? Because, Commissioners, I'm the one investigating this case. I understand each and every piece of it, inside it. I understand that some of the suspect has passed on. I have an understanding as to what led or what was happening. The case, Commissioners, it's towards the end of it now. Then it will get to a point whereby suspects must be arrested. I must do bail application in court. But after that, where do I go? That's the thing. With who? So, Commissioners, I don't have a response on behalf of the department.
No, thank you. Thank you for your response.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloy, and thank you, Ms. Masuku. We are now at page 15 of your statement.
Yes, Commissioners.
And I think we are moving on to paragraph 58.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe before you do that, Ms.
Yes,
Ella, I
Commissioner.
wanted to ask to understand something. In this paragraph 57, Ms. Masuku, the sentence that's in the first line, which says, firstly, the police involvement had to be proven as unlawful, as there were no official leads at the accounting police station to prove that the officers carried their duties on the day. That part. What does it mean? I mean, we do have statements from I think it's Sibande. You have that statement from Fritz. So we know from their statements that they did attend to the scene.
Yes.
And from their statements, they claim to have been in their official capacities.
Yes.
Right? If there's no record at the police station, maybe let me ask a first question. The process when police officers get, call it an invitation to attend to a scene or a job, as in this case, in terms of recording, what is the procedure or what is the operating procedure? And if in the end you end up without any official leads that tell you that these people were on duty, what in fact does it mean happened here?
Okay, Commissioners, I will respond relating to this matter. Yes, I do have records that proves that they were on duty on the day. But now I needed to follow allegations of Marius during my interview to say there was a robbery that resulted to the truck that they went to search for the stock. I must go to the station to check if there is a case they were investigating on the day. Because the scene where the deceased stay falls under Brakpan Police Station, that is where I must start. They didn't have anything that relates to the truck. But we managed to get a case whereby we got a case number from Marius to say this is the case number we were investigating. Upon getting the copies of that docket and interviewing the investigating officer of that docket to say, did you knew of any investigation on your case that was done on this house on this day? Were you informed? Because it's your docket. Then he said no. And that docket was already filed at the storeroom. And when you go through the statement, there is nothing that tells you to say why they landed to that house. Yes. That is the reason, Commissioner, I am saying I had to prove to say the officers, because whenever they go to wherever they go, they are performing official duties if they are on duty. Even if somebody loses their life, but it should be in a process of official duties. So for their involvement there, it should be said because they drove state cars to that house. That means it was officially. So they must give something in black and white to say this is what we're doing officially. In a process, this is what happened. So they don't have that. So for me, it helps me to prove a point of criminality to say they were doing their own things. It was not about the duties they are supposed to perform. Yes.
Thank you.
In the olden days, Ms. Masuku, police used to carry what was called a pocketbook. Does that still exist? Do you know?
It still exists, commissioners, to some of the members. And then some of the members, they will say, no, it was finished, I don't have, there is nothing you can do. Yes. But there should be records like an occurrence book, which is a register. You must get something. Like, I was hoping to get something on occurrence book regarding the incident of that house, to say we went to this house, we searched because we were looking for the truck, we found the truck, and then that's it. So that if they were doing their duties, they were going to make that entry if they were doing their duties. They are doing it because they are saying there was no one they didn't find the owner of the house, all of them. But that means they broke open the house because the house was ransacked, because the owner was not there. So to cover themselves to say we didn't steal anything, they must go back to the station. To say we went to this house searching for this, we found 1, 2, 3, 4. Then the owner was not there. Then nothing was taken at the scene. But they failed to do that entry. And secondly, they were looking for the truck that they find there according to them. They find the truck, it was parked in the yard. I was expecting them to, if it was not drivable, to pull out the truck, take it to the pound, because it's involved in a crime. Then they book it there. But they find the truck there, they left the truck there. So there was no official duties they were performing. They were doing their own thing.
So in short, there is no record of this operation on the sub's records?
No,
on the day?
commissioners. According to them, it was initiated by a private person. Then they took instructions from the private person.
Thank you.
Even the EMPD officers who say they interviewed the tenant and her children, remember there's one EMPD officer, I won't mention the name, but I saw in the statement, they say while SAPS was busy in the main house, they went in the back rooms or something like that, and there was a tenant with her 2 children, and they interviewed the tenant who told them that the owner is not there. Even those EMPD officers don't have a record of when they were there and what they did when they got there.
No, they don't have any records, Commissioner. What they have is the story they are telling here, but they must give something officially to say, when I was there, this is where I was working, this is how I received this complaint, I had to go there. But their complaint came from a private person. So they took instruction from a private person to go and do the search, of which is not allowed.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Ms. Masuku. We were about to turn to your paragraph 58, and if you could pick up your testimony from there. Thank you.
Further, I did not personally attend the primary scene where the deceased was killed. Only SAPS officials had attended the scene. Accordingly, it was necessary to conduct a thorough and methodical investigation prior to effecting any arrest. In addition, we were struggling to locate material witnesses. The original witness, who had been a tenant at the property of Mr. Benze, vacated the premises shortly after the murder, fearing for his and his family's safety, and couldn't be traced. We were only able to trace him with the assistance of the family in October 2025. This fact is confirmed by an email received from the family dated the 26th of January 2026. I attach an email as Annexure NPM 7.
Your NPM 7 that you reference is in the annexure bundle at page 143, if you could turn to that. 143, Commissioner. Are you there, Ms. Masuku?
Yes, I'm there, Commissioners.
Now, at page 143 is an email I see. It's from somebody. It's dated January 26, 2026 at 2:20 p.m. It's addressed to you with a copy to the other investigator in your team.
That's correct, Commissioners.
It has as a subject line, murder case, Brakpan, and in brackets, Madlanga Commission, and then it's got a number attached to it. Do you see that?
I see that, Commissioners.
Is this the email you say at your paragraph 58 you received from the family in October 2025? No, this is the email you say you received on the 26th of January 2025, 26.
That's correct, Commissioners.
Now, it's a very short email. I think it would be helpful if you read it into the record, but please do not read the details of the author of this particular email and their contact details as appear at the bottom of that page. Thank you.
Hi, Sis Nomsa. In light of the media statements released, I would like to clarify the below from the family. 1. At no point did we allude nor state that IPID and investigators did not carry out their duties due to fear or any threats while conducting the investigation. I do confirm that we did inform them that IPID has carried out all that is required on their end, and decision will be on the NPA. In brackets, notes, no timelines were given. Point 3, IPID has kept us up to date several times with calls and visits to our residents in Soweto and Brakpan. IPID's door was open to us at all times. The only thing we were not aware of was details shared on the commission, as we assume these details were confidential to the docket and not public knowledge. Even to us, not to public knowledge, even to us as the family. But we are fully aware and understand that delays occur with an investigation of this magnitude. We are also fully aware that having to locate one of the witnesses who was a tenant at our premises, who had moved and changed numbers, but by God's grace, he visited in 2025, and we could then share the details with the investigators. which IPID later informed me that they have communicated with the witness and had obtained the critical statement from him. That's the end of the email.
Thank you. Now, the statement that it said at item 4 of the email that you obtained after the tenant had contacted, by God's grace, the family, did you obtain such a statement?
That's correct, Commissioners.
At paragraph 58 on page 16 at the top of the page, your last sentence reads, I obtained this witness's statement on 20th October 2025. I attached the statement as NMP, supposed to be NPM, apologies, 7.1. Is that the statement you are referring to?
That's correct, Commissioners.
Your NPM, then 7.1, is in your annexure bundle at page 144. Just to cast your eye on it to confirm that that is the statement you say you obtained in October 25 from the tenant. It runs to page 147.
That's correct, Commissioners.
So as we understand it, then that is the statement of the tenant who was in the original house during the day that Mr. Mbense lost his life.
That's correct, Commissioners.
We will not deal with its contents. That's a matter for court.
That's correct,
But just to
Commissioners.
confirm, it's now at hand.
I wanted to ask something.
Yes, yes, Commissioner.
If you go back to page 12, Ms. Masuku,
Of
of the annexure bundle. Page 12. Remember that memo to the NPA in 2022, December?
That's correct.
The reason I'm taking you back there, if you look at A5 on page 12, so you've got the case docket content, that's your table of contents, and in A5, you've got a person's statement. And I see that it is the same tenant whose statement appears on page 140. It starts on 144. And you say you obtained this one on the 20th of December, 2025.
That's
So
correct,
I'm just
Commissioners.
wondering, the statement that formed part of your memorandum to the NPA in 2022, which one was it?
It's the same person, Commissioners.
Yes, but which statement is that one? Was it obtained by you also?
No, it's the one I'm saying the police officers on the 15th,
Yes.
they find the witness. They got the statement.
Oh, they already had his statement
Yes,
on
but-
the 15th.
Yes, Commissioner, but it's not in detail.
Okay.
It's just a short version. It's creating a lot of questions that needed to be answered. So we had to re-interview him so that he can answer those questions. Hence, we can retake a statement.
Now it makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Khumalo. Ms. Masuku, I think we have decided not to unpack the contents of NPM 7.1, the statement itself. We'll leave that for the trial court. Then I think we can move to your paragraph 59.
At the relevant time, we had obtained DNA samples from the crime scene. These were sent to the SAPS Forensic Laboratory, which was able to confirm a complete DNA result. The report of the Forensic Laboratory is attached as Annexure NPM 8. Unfortunately, these results could not be matched to any data within SAPS forensic system. It was retained as a control sample.
If I may then interrupt you there, that NPM 8, yes. Is that your page 148? And you say that is the forensic report obtained from the crime scene.
That's correct, Commissioners.
This document, firstly, is undated, though signed. It doesn't bear a date. But I note at page 148 that it has as a reference station Duduza CAS 2022. On my understanding of your evidence, that was the inquest number, the Duduza number.
That's correct, Commissioners.
And at paragraph 3, the author of that report states that on 22/04/2020 at 22:29, I attended an inquest scene at that address for the presence of possible clues and forensic exhibits.
That's
So it
correct.
sounds, my understanding of that document is that the exhibits were collected on the 20th of April 2022, about 5 days after the incident.
That's correct, Commissioners.
And then it lists the exhibits that were obtained at the scene. There are 2 of them there. Do you confirm?
I do confirm, Commissioners.
Now, when you say at paragraph 59, you rely on this document, and you say in your last line, unfortunately, these results could not be matched to any data within the SAPS forensic systems. It was retained as a control sample. Are we to understand that having obtained these swabs, they were tested in the normal course, they were compared against information that is already stored on the SAPS forensic system, but unfortunately did not return a result to identify any specific person? Am I understanding you correctly?
That's correct, Commissioners.
And then you say it was retained as a control sample.
That's correct.
What's a
Commissioners.
control sample for those of us perhaps who don't live in that world?
The control sample, Commissioners, it's a sample whereby we'll have to get a secondary sample to compare it to this one, the control one, so that it can help us to say, yes, we found this cigarette butt, we'll take it as a control sample at a scene of death. Then we retain it at DNA. And then later on, if somebody has been arrested that we think he's the suspect, we take his, comparing it to that part that was found there as a control sample. Then if it matches or it doesn't matches, then that is how we get. So that one, those were the samples that were found at the deceased home.
Yes.
So they had to be tasted because there was a thought to say somebody should have touched this. So we can find DNA on this. Then, yes, there was DNA that was found, but it has to be retained up until we get something to compare it with.
Okay. Then you take it up from paragraph 60, if you will. Before you do
Must
so.
I read the annexure at 148 and 149 to mean that a Red Bull can was, sorry? What, sorry? I'm being advised by my co-commissioners not to mention what
Yes.
this is.
I think what the witness wanted to testify to was that DNA was picked up in 2022.
From a
was-
certain object.
Yes, and then it was tested and stored, and we leave it there. So we don't want to go into the detail of the nature or the source of the DNA
Okay.
from the crime scene. Thank you, Chair.
Perhaps I guess we need some guidance beforehand then, because thank you.
No. We've kept away from those parts that we don't want to talk about successfully thus far, and we're almost at the tail end.
Thank you.
So what the witness is then going to talk to next is another forensic report. The witness is going to talk.
Yes, please continue.
Then the chair said I should warn the commissioners. After this report, we are going to talk of another forensic report, which once again references DNA. We will just talk briefly to results, and again, we will not, go into detail. So Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Ello.
Ms. Masuku, I then had invited you to turn to your paragraph 60.
Yes, I'm there, Commissioners.
Yes, you may take it from there.
Following Marius van der Merwe's assassination and considering his testimony before the Commission, the SAPS requested me to engage with the persons we had taken warning statements from to see if they would be willing to submit their DNA in investigation of murder of Marius for purposes of eliminating them as the suspects. I was able to secure their cooperation. I explained the purpose for which their DNA was sought, and they all attended to the SAPS forensic laboratory. I missed science. I was supposed to say forensic science laboratory for DNA swabs to be obtained.
May continue.
Following the submission of their, I requested that a comparison of their respective DNA to be compared with a control sample of from Mr. Benson's case. A positive result was returned. I attach annexure NPM 9, a copy of this report. I request be kept confidential so as not to undermine the criminal trial.
Your annexure NPM starts at page 150. 150.
Yes, I'm there, Commissioners.
And I note from this report, it's filed by, I guess, the scientists who undertook these investigations, and she states that she's attached to the SAPS biology section of the Forensic Science Laboratory. That is at paragraph 2. You see that?
Yes, yes, I do, Commissioner.
At page 154, that's the signature page. And it is signed by the person whose name appears at page 150. And it's dated at Pretoria, 14 January 2026.
That's correct, Commissioner.
So this is our second forensic report.
That's correct, Commissioners.
And in your statement, you say after the DNA of your suspects and Mr. Benson's case was obtained, you requested that all their DNA be run against your control samples.
That's correct, Commissioners.
And you state here that the results obtained were positive.
That's correct, Commissioners.
And that is contained in, as contained in annexure NPM 9.
That's correct, Commissioners.
And in particular, I would like to refer you to page 151. Which demonstrates the comparison of what you call control samples and the investigation that was then conducted on the 14th of January 2026, as the report tells us at paragraph 3. And it specific individuals are identified, or certain identities or specifications are set out therein. We don't have to read its detail. Is that the positive result that you speak of at your paragraph 61?
That's correct, Commissioners. These are the positive results that came out. As you can see, Commissioners, that in that same document, each and every page, it's got lab number, but it entails different lab numbers. And it's got 2 different case numbers as well. So it explains to say the case number below, it's Marius's death case number. The case number up, it's Mr. Benson's case number. So all those DNA, including Marius's DNA, was also taken from the mortuary all those DNA were run against the control sample, whereby we did manage to get the positive results.
And on that score, if I may draw your attention to page 152, same report. And if one has regard to paragraph 5.1 in the second line, that references Duduza case 91/04/2022, that's Mr. Mbenza's murder case, correct?
That's correct.
And thereafter at 5.2, it then references Brakpan case 75/12/2025, that's Mr. Van der Merwe's assassination.
That's correct.
And the rest of the document from 5.2 to 5.6 is specifically then regarding Mr. Marius's assassination.
That's
or
correct,
murder.
Commissioners.
So it deals with both cases, but it separates them at page 152 to get, and sets out the results arising from the investigations in respect of both cases. Am I
That's
understanding the document correctly?
That's correct, Commissioners.
Then we are back in your statement from paragraph 62.
Investigations were necessary to be carried over prior to making arrest in order to ensure compliance with the provisions of Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977 and to secure prospects of successful prosecution. The Independent Police Investigative Directorate Standard Operation Procedures expressly direct that arrests are not affected for the purpose of conducting the investigation. Arrests are effected once proper and thorough investigation has been concluded, and where sufficient admissible evidence exists to establish a reasonable suspicion based on the objective facts that suspects have committed offense as contemplated in Section 40 of the Criminal Procedure Act. Any arrest effected in compliance with these requirements is neither premature nor unlawful, but is procedurally and substantively justified. Arresting suspects prior to the completion of the investigative steps would have been premature, resulting in persistent postponements of the trial pending completion of criminal investigation, and would in any event be inconsistent with the requirements of the Criminal Procedure Act. On the above statement, Commissioners, I am trying to express that should we have effected arrest before the investigation was completed, let's say we arrested them in 2022, now we are in 2026. Our case, maybe we were going to be having 30% to say 30% we do have a strong case, but 70% we don't have a strong case. So to avoid that, it's for us to conduct a thorough investigation, because we know that all these people, they are here. Unfortunately, some of them died. As now, we had 12, then 4 died, including the recent one, Mr. Pretorius. So now we are left with 8. And all of them, they die as a result of shooting. So it was worth it. I know that there will be questions to say, but it was worth it, but others have died. Unfortunately, we couldn't control that, but it was worth it to investigate it fully, because if now we make arrests, our case docket is ready for trial. So if they go to court, the trial date, we are sure that we'll be getting conviction investigated. So we avoided the prematurely arrest to be done, because it was end up putting us in a lot of pressure, whereby we were going to even overlook some of the facts because we are being pushed by the time. That's what I'm trying to explain on this paragraph to the commissioners. I understand that there was a delay and I acknowledge that. But that delay, it was not purposely to say I just close the file and put it there. I didn't do that. The investigation was continuing, even though it had to stop and go, but at the end, the investigation has been now finalized. Then, anytime there will be the next step that will be done.
Thank you, Ms. Masuku, for that clarification. Staying then at your page 17, you have a small heading there, the status of the matter, and you deal with that from paragraph 63. If you could then deal with the contents of 63 and following as regards the status of this matter.
Okay. The status of the matter. Following the conclusion of the investigations, and on the 4th of February 2026, I prepared and forwarded 3 reports as required by the law, attaching the complete docket, each report, to the following institutions. A formal IPID report to the DPP recommending the institution of criminal proceedings against 12 suspects identified on page 1 of the report is attached NPM 10, a copy of this report.
If you may then turn to your annexure bundle, your NPM 10 starts at page 155.
Okay, I'm there, Commissioners.
I see it's the DPP memorandum addressed to the Director of Public Prosecutions. And at the last page of that document, at page 159, it's dated by yourself and your provincial head, and both of you signed and dated it the 4th of February 2026. Is that correct?
That's correct, Commissioners.
Going back then to page 155, I see that it bears an acknowledgement of receipt stamp by the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions of the 4th of February 2026.
That's correct, Commissioners.
Now, once again, you recall when we read the first 2022 referral.
That's correct.
Commissioner Kumalo requested you to read the subject line. And do you confirm it's still the same, which is IPID investigation case docket for DPP consideration and decision?
That's correct, Commissioners.
And in terms of the IPID classification, once again, you reference section 28, 1B of the IPID Act, and it remains death as a result of police action, and the alleged offense you reflect as murder.
That's correct, Commissioners.
I'll come back to that page, and going back into page, as with the previous 2022 report to the DPP, you have the IPID request at page 158.
That's correct.
My reading is that once again, under the request, item 4, you note that it is the request of the IPID that the NPA should, in terms of section 179 sub 2 of the Constitution, make a decision whether or not to institute criminal proceedings against the above-mentioned suspects and to carry out any necessary functions incidental to instituting criminal proceedings.
That's correct, sir, Commissioners.
So, once again, now, February 2026, you have significantly updated your docket, as we have it, and you submit to the DPP requesting a decision and as regards the institution of criminal proceedings against the suspects.
That's correct, Commissioners.
Now, I compared page 155, the front page, with the list of suspects you had in 2022. And notably, I see new names on that list. And I think your second suspect, your third, I think my comparison was you have 2 new suspects on that. If you could read out their names. You recall that your original report to the DPP is at page 11 of 2022. It starts at page 11, the
Yes,
2022 memorandum.
I've got
And
it.
on my count, there you have 10 suspects.
Yes, Commissioners, I had 10.
And then on your 2026 report at page 155, there are now 12 suspects. I see 2 new additional names at page 155. Who are they and how did they come to be added to the list? Thank you.
Okay, the 2 added suspects are Sergeant B.W. Sibande and Constable M.R. Koza. Those are the 2 suspects that when we took it in December 2022 for the decision, they were not yet identified.
Yes.
But now they were identified even though Koza is deceased.
And that is the Constable Koza, in respect of whom you have filed a, what's the document called? Death certificate, annexed as NPM 5 Roman 10.
That's correct, Commissioners.
Now, I see as well here you have included, as you say, Constable Koza, you say since deceased. You have included Mr. van der Merwe, and that is Marius van der Merwe, and Mr. J. Hanekom. You were aware, as at the date of this report, that they are deceased, weren't you?
That's correct, Commissioners. I was aware.
Why are they still included on the list of suspects?
Commissioners, it's not for me to say because of now they are deceased, I must exclude their names. Because in the whole case docket, their names are always there. Even though I know that they will never be charged because they are no more, but I must include their names as part of my suspects, even though they are deceased.
Okay. Then that deals with your memorandum then to the DPP.
Can I just
Yes,
ask the
yes,
question?
Commissioner.
The death certificate of Constable Koza says he died from unnatural causes. Do you know anything about the circumstances of his death?
Yes, Commissioners. He was shot at his residential place. Yes. Yes, he was shot, Commissioners, and because it's an SAPS investigated docket, because it's his murder, even though I do have the details of the docket, but if the Commissioners will allow me not to mention the details as to how was he shot.
That's fine, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
And on that score, to confirm, the death certificate is annexure NPM 5 Roman 10 at page 141. And it records the date of death as the 17th of October 2025.
That's correct, Commissioners.
And to confirm, I think you earlier testified that you never had opportunity to obtain a statement from Constable Koza. It's not part of your warning statements that you have submitted and form part of the docket, is it?
That's correct, Commissioners. We're supposed to get his statement on the, I think on the 21st of October.
Yes.
We're supposed to obtain the statement, and then on arrival at the station, for him to make a statement, that is when we're informed that he died, I think on a Friday of that, following the Monday
previous
we're
week.
supposed to meet up with him.
Okay. Thank you. Then you may pick it up from your paragraph 63.2 at page 17.
Okay. I filed a negative report with the Office of Eguruleni City Manager against 3 EMPD members. Brigadier Mkonazi, Constables Mackenzie and Stolz, as per item 2 of the report, and in direction the institution to institute disciplinary proceedings against them. A copy of this report is attached as Annexure NPM 11.
And that annexure NPM 11 appears, Ms. Masuku, in your annexure bundle from page 160.
Yes, Commissioners?
It is addressed, the heading is EMPD Memorandum. It's addressed to the Office of the City Manager, Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Department. For the rest of page 1, it looks same as for the memorandum for the DPP. It lists all the suspects, gives the full details of the case. And if you turn over to page 161, under item 2, you have a heading there, case docket contents. And in paragraph 2 of item 2, it reads, in terms of section 30 of the IPID Act, number 1 of 2011, read with the South African Local Government Bargaining Council Circular number 1 of 2018, you are hereby directed to initiate disciplinary hearing against, and then you list 3 members there. Brigadier J.D. Mkwanazi, you have a number, service number. Constable A. Mackenzie, you have a service number, and Constable Kaylee Stoltz.
That's correct, Commissioners.
Now, this report, as with the previous, is dated the 4th of January 2026.
February, not January.
I'm a month behind, thanks, Commissioner. 4th of February 2026. It bears at page 160 a City of Ekurhuleni stamp demonstrating receipt, but unfortunately, not the full date is legible. What I can make out is 2026-02, which suggests February.
Yes, Commissioner, if you can check there is a small block on top,
Yes.
handwritten.
Yes.
Yes, it's the details of an acknowledger with a date.
So
It's
that
the
is
4th
the
of
signature.
February, yes.
Thank you. And this, I see you have titled it page or recommendation type negative. This is the negative report. I think we have spoken about with yourself and Mr. Keefelakae that IPID files
Yes,
to
that's
the
correct,
police,
Commissioners.
recommending disciplinary action be instituted.
Yes, that's correct, Commissioners.
Okay, that then I think will lead us to paragraph 63.3. Yes, ma'am.
Can I just check something, Ms. Masuku? At page 16, well, starting from page 161, you've got that list of documents that you are providing to Ekurhuleni with this memorandum. And if you look at the next page, 162, from A39 to A42, it seems to be the same material that we were trying to be careful here not to speak to or not to provide too much detail of. This is that laboratory analysis. Does it mean that Ekurhuleni, EMPD now, or in fact, let me say the city itself, the municipality itself, does it mean that they have the documents that we were looking at earlier, which provide details of the forensic analysis and the conclusion?
That's correct, Commissioners. Commissioners, if I can just explain the process when we file a negative recommendation. It is when the case docket's investigation has been fully investigated, then I will have to file the recommendation to the DPP to decide whether or not to prosecute. But for the department, I will have to file a negative because after the investigation, I will have a feeling that these members, they must be charged departmentally. And then filing that, I must give them the exact copy of a docket. All the documents that I took to NPA, I must give them all those documents as well. So everything, these reports we're talking about, they all have those reports. And what's bad about it, it's you will provide them with that report. The information, yes, it's for the information to charge the members. But the members, they must get that relevant information at the right time. But you will find that they will get the information before being formally charged. Then, if it's like that, leads to other consequences that might happen before we continue with our criminal case. Because now they are having all the information before the department has formally charged them. But that is, according to the regulations, if ever we file the recommendations negatively, we must give all the documents in the case docket. That is why, in other instances, it will happen that you have a case of murder whereby a police officer has been arrested at the scene. You haven't filed a negative report as yet because you haven't done your investigation. You got that prelim to prove that he's the one who killed this person and it was not in the line of duty, so he must be arrested. Then you will find the department, because after getting that, you will follow up on the witnesses just to strengthen your case. Then you will find the department coming to you requesting for the copies of the docket of what you have. In that point, I must, as an investigator, I must use my own discretion as to should I give this department my copies or not. Because I must protect my witnesses. If I feel that I cannot give them this information because this is prematurely, by the time I get to trial, where will be my witnesses? Then I can say, no, I'm not giving you my case docket because I'm avoiding to expose my witnesses to danger. But that doesn't mean that the department cannot constitute the departmental on their own before my negative recommendation. If, like SAPS, if a member has been arrested in the cell, immediately they come to serve him with intention to suspend because already he's in the cells. He will be suspended for that period in the cells, then come back, go to work, then processes will follow. But already it's registered that he's got a file where he's been charged departmentally. But for EMPD, it's different. There are members, they will open their file. There are members, they will not open their files. Then the member will continue to work as normal. And they will not charge them departmentally, citing that they are waiting for IPID to provide them with a recommendation. But we find it not okay because the member was inside the cell and the crime committed is known. The department is supposed to do their own investigation and do their own processes while we are still busy with our investigation. But unfortunately, that's not for us to sort that out. We just do the investigation, use our own discretion to say, I'm not giving you the case docket copies, I'm not yet done with the investigation. Then up until I'm satisfied, then I will provide you. That's how it happens, Commissioners.
Now, and then let's come back where we are talking about we are talking about municipal police. You've made a negative recommendation, and you say you have to give them everything that you have. Is the IPID not considering to seek a change to regulations so that you protect some of the information? So, for example, when I look at your list, you have the name of a witness in that list, and I understand your explanation that you have to give them that name and you have to give them the statement of that witness because that's what you've given to the public prosecutor, to the prosecution.
Yes.
You've given them that, so you have an obligation to provide. But it seems to me obvious that a witness's name and statement should not be shared if you're going to have a trial. It should not be given to the accused until those proper court processes, because there is a process when an accused person gets entitled to request a docket. But here with the EMPD, where you are giving them a negative recommendation, and you say they should institute disciplinary proceedings. It seems to me obvious that a witness's particulars should be protected for the reasons that you have said. Your lab reports and all of that forensic evidence, it seems it needs to be protected. Has there not been a discussion in the IPID to seek a change in the regulations that compel you to provide this kind of sensitive information, to hold it back until an appropriate time to disclose it? Because it's easy to imagine that unless the municipality officials or management are scrupulous, they will easily share this information, or they can easily share this information with employees to assist them.
Mm-hmm. Commissioners, to date, it's according to our operating procedures, it's like that. We must give them all the case docket. Yes, we do have that concern as well, but there is nothing we can do because they will come, the department will come, like EMPD will come with an excuse to say, you gave us not all the information, so we cannot institute disciplinary against this person. But for the commissioner, that the commissioners are raising this, I'm happy my boss is here to listen so that they can take it further. He was here earlier, maybe he left, but I know that he's watching wherever he is. They can have a look at that because it does compromise our investigation. Hence, even if my case, if it goes to court, it's fully investigated, it's ready for trial. But it doesn't mean that if it goes to court next week, then next month it's trial. It will depend on the court roll. Then it can take time to get the specific dates. But now, my witnesses are now exposed. By the time I get to trial, my witnesses are nowhere to be found. And it happens in a lot of cases that we end up losing. You go back to look for your witnesses, he's no longer staying there. He's no longer even found. More especially if it happens mostly to foreign nationals. Whenever they had open cases, very good cases, that we see that we'll be having conviction here, it's time for trial, you cannot locate them anywhere. Even if you locate them wherever you locate them, they are no longer interested because they've been paid. When you talk to them, no, I don't want to I'm no longer interested. We can't push them. Then we lose cases.
Yeah. And in the extreme cases, we've had evidence witnesses get killed to prevent them testifying.
Yes, that's true, commissioners. In our office, we have a case whereby it was sitting in Randburg Court, whereby the witnesses have testified. One of the witnesses, if I'm not making a mistake, was supposed to go the following day for cross-examination. Then they were assassinated just at the gate of the court in the morning before they get to court. It was a police case. They were testifying against the police officers. Because there will be a hitman in between, we cannot pin it back to the police officers. That is the sad part of it. But the process itself, it exposes our witnesses to danger.
Thank you, Ms. Masuku.
Ms. Masuku, my concern on page 163, I don't know if it could have been avoided. And we don't have to read it. If you just look at the last paragraph, just before paragraph 4. So the last paragraph before paragraph 4. It talks about swabs that were obtained and their DNA results. So information like that, IPID must find a way of, when producing these reports, maybe not put it in the way that it has been put here, because you leave it with the legal department, and once you've left this report with the legal department, nobody knows who the legal department shares it with, and whether it reaches the suspects before the disciplinary process has even started, and it can have various consequences.
I agree to that, Commissioners, as to say things like this, because it's supposed to have a confidentiality. When it reaches that office, that officer in charge of this document is not supposed to share it, but they do share it. As a result of this, there were rumors and allegations to say one of the suspects died because they had access to what our final investigation is saying. And I can believe that because it happened immediately after we had given the department's copies. But I cannot say myself as an investigator, I cannot say that, no, I don't want to talk about this, because even my provincial head won't sign it if it doesn't have all the information that is necessary. Will return it back to me to say, no, this is not fully. So, but I think they are taking note of that. Maybe something will happen in future.
Thank you, Commissioners. And perhaps, and it's not directed to you personally, you said your boss was still around, but even if he's not, the message gets to him. This might be an opportunity for IPID management to sit around a table with a view to formulate recommendations to the Commission as to what legislative changes must occur to afford the very protections that we're talking of, firstly, but to enable nonetheless, so to determine the nature of information that is sufficient for the police departments to take disciplinary action. So we could do that.
I see that Ms. Masuku's boss is back in, so he has heard what you are saying.
He has heard what we are saying.
Yes.
So then we will come back then to the Commission with IPID recommendations regarding appropriate changes to be made to the law on these issues.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. I will relay the message to our department, and I fully agree that it will also help us to have successful convictions, because we do prosecute, but some you can't convict because witnesses were there in court to come and prove that this really happened. The case will, the others will be struck off the roll. It's better if it's struck off the roll. The others will be withdrawn. Then there is nothing we can do if the witness is saying, no, I'm not interested anymore.
Yes. Thank you. Commissioners, I know I've significantly eaten into your lunch hour. We are almost at the tail end of Ms. Masuku's testimony.
Let us finish with
okay.
Ms. Masuku, yes.
Ms. Masuku.
It's your lunch hour too.
Well, I'm sacrificing my own lunch hour, but I shouldn't encroach on yours. Ms. Masuku, that then brings us to your paragraph 63.3, if you could deal with that.
A final report to the National Commissioner of SAPS against 4 SAPS members, which is Reservist Constable Fritz, Sergeant Sibande, attached to Brakpan SAP, attached to Binoni Flying Squad, directing the institution to institute disciplinary proceedings against them. The 4th member is Constable Khosa, whilst included in the list and was investigated as a suspect, is since deceased, having passed away on the 17th of October 2025. A copy of this report is attached as Annexure NPM 12.
And your NPM 12 is in your Annexure bundle from page 165.
I'm the commissioner.
And it is headed SAPS Memorandum and addressed to the Office of the SAPS National Commissioner, South African Police Services. And it is, for all intents and purposes, similar to the EMPD Memorandum, Annexure NPM 11, except for item 2 of the report at page 166, where you specify the names of the police officers against whom disciplinary action must be taken. Do you confirm that? Officers against whom disciplinary action must be taken. Do you confirm that?
I confirm that, Commissioners.
And I see the change there is this memorandum addressed to SAPS at 166, then instructs that disciplinary proceedings be taken against our Constable A. Fritz, with the personal numbers reflected there, Sergeant Sibande, similarly with a personal number. You have listed Constable M.R. Koza, but as you indicated your paragraph 63.3, you are aware that he has since passed on. But I think based on the explanation you gave, you nonetheless retained them on the list when they were one suspects. Is that correct?
That's correct, Commissioners.
And then lastly, Constable J.M. Extien with a personal number.
That's correct, Commissioners.
But the rest of the document reads the same as with the EMPD report for all intents and purposes. Similarly signed on the 4th of February 2026. And from page 165, at page 165, we note that there's a signature acknowledging receipt on the 4th of February 2026.
That's correct, Commissioners.
Besides that, is there any other comment you'd like to make to this report?
No, Commissioners, except for that Constable Koza is still here on the list. It's for SAPS to give us feedback and tell us that he is deceased so that we can just file the documentation, even though we know. But because we've got our own disciplinary processes as well, we must get a certain document from SAPS that will prove that he died. As well as Reservist Constable Fritz, we know that he resigned. He's no longer a reservist. But we retain him because when he committed crime, he was still a reservist at SAPS.
So it is for, if I understand you correctly, that it's for the SAPS to inform you that Right Constable Fritz is no longer a reservist and to give you proof thereof.
That's correct, Commissioners.
Thank you. That then will take us to your paragraph 64.
It bears mentioning that the 3 reports list all suspects, including those since deceased. The reason is that although we had become aware of their deaths until IPID is formally so advised by SAPS, we must retain their names on the list of suspects. The matter is currently with the Director of Public Prosecutions, North Gauteng. A designated advocate had been allocated to the matter, for which our office is currently awaiting confirmation authorizing us to proceed with the prosecution of the various members of different security clusters, including EMPD and SAPS. The final consultation with the DPP will be from the dates mentioned in this report.
Now, you say you currently are awaiting authorization to proceed with the prosecution. That's the request you have directed to the DPP, correct? In terms of paragraph 4 of your report.
That's correct, Commissioners.
Now, when the DPP comes back to you and confirms that the DPP is proceeding with the prosecution, are there any further steps for you to take?
Yes, Commissioners. When the final decision has been made to say these following suspects must be arrested, then I will have to make an application for J50, which is the warrant of arrest. Then once signed by the relevant magistrate of that court, then I will go out and execute the arrest.
So your decision to arrest depends on the DPP determining to proceed with the criminal prosecution and advising you as such.
That's correct, Commissioners, because remember that even if I can say I want to do it on my own, I'm not the one who will be placing the dockets on the court roll. And what is good about this matter is it's got its own advocate at the DPP who's dealing with it ever since, who has been guiding me to say, you do this, you do that. So the advocate understands, because I don't want to mention the journey.
No, don't.
The advocate understands very well as to how far we are. So we know that once we will sit down so that the final decision must be made.
And then thereafter, you will expect a formal decision by the NPA and you can take your next steps.
That's correct, Commissioners.
Okay. Then if you could deal with paragraph 66 and following.
I wish to further state on record that Marius, at the time of his death, had not been classified as Section 204, according to Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977. He was not classified as Section 204 witness because that can only be determined by the NDPP.
So we know Mr. Van der Merwe was killed on the 5th of December, 2025.
That's correct, Commissioner.
So you are saying, as at the date of his death on the 5th of December, he was not what we normally refer to as a Section 204 witness. He hadn't been so declared.
No, he was not a commissioner. He was still a suspect.
He was still a suspect.
Yes, that's
and
correct.
that is because it's a determination that can be only made by the NDPP.
That's correct, Commissioner.
It's not in your space to declare him or anyone such a witness.
No, we don't have for that authority. Even though, Commissioners, if I can just comment a bit on that. A Section 204 witness must tell all the facts of the matter that happened even if it incriminates him.
Yes.
But Marius didn't tell all the facts. So for me, he was not going to be declared as a Section 204 witness because he didn't tell all the facts. When he came to the commission, he added more information that he never told us.
Yes.
And then that information that was on the commission, going back to my case docket, I realized that yes, this is what transpired because I've got some proof to refer to. Then he was not going to be declared as a 204 witness.
Okay.
Yes, he was not honest enough.
Okay. That's clarified, I think. If you then can deal with your paragraph 67 and following.
I would further like to add that during the investigations into this matter, 3 of the suspects were killed and their murder cases are investigated by SAPS. Killed suspects were Yako Wanekom, as per mentioned March 2023 Boxback case number, Constable Kosa, as per mentioned docket case number from Zakane of October 2025, who was attached to Brakpan Police Station. The above 2 suspects were killed days before meeting with the IPID personnel for interview in relation to this investigation. Marius van der Merwe was later killed as per case 75 of 12/2025, as well after giving the evidence at the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry. His murder case is investigated by SAPS as well. The timing and circumstances of these deaths raise serious concerns regarding the safety of the witnesses and the potential obstruction of the ongoing investigation, which the Commission should consider. A further suspect, Willem Pretorius, took his own life on the 7th of February 2026, as per mentioned case number.
And that then leads us to the next chapter. If you could just deal with that, both of them, those paragraphs.
Yes, Commissioners. On this paragraph, there is somewhere whereby I've mentioned the case number of Yako Wanekom.
Yes.
Even himself, we were about to see him when he died. We remember that on the day of incident, when he died, my colleague was in court for bail application that included stores
Yes.
in Mackenzie. On that day, that is the day because we were communicating with Marius. He was the one who was helping us as to how to get hold of these people because he knew them better, even though we were protecting him during that period because we didn't want them to know that he gave statement. We will find a way of getting hold of them, but we didn't want them to see that there is one of them who came out with the information. We had tried to make contact so that we can get a hold of Hanekom. Then he was aware that he was supposed to meet with us. But before we could meet him, then he was killed. Same applies to Kosa. But I am not saying he was killed because of this matter. But they died before we can meet up with them. Yes.
Noted. We are then on the part of your concluding remarks at page 19, if you could deal with that.
I am aware of allegations that IPID either deliberately sought to subvert the investigation into death of Mpenze. I am also aware that some EMPD officers share this unfortunate view as testified before this commission by Chief of Police Mapieye and Commissioner Spies. Nothing could be further from the truth. I accept that these EMPD senior officers were unaware of progress in this matter. I confirm that we did not provide ongoing updates. We could not. This is so because we were investigating, amongst others, members of the very EMPD, and updates on investigation had a real risk of undermining our work. It was necessary to keep progress as secretive as possible, lest the suspects became aware of the progress made and the risk of arrest faced. In such circumstances, not only would the case be undermined, our lives will be in grave jeopardy. I understood that when the testimony was given by our EMPD senior managers, even South Africa took as if we were doing this deliberately so that maybe we are protecting EMPD officers, of which we are not. We do not report to the stakeholders. It's either EMPD, any MPS organization, SAPS organization. We don't report to them in progress of our matters. They will only hear from us if our investigation is finalized to say we are charging the. But that doesn't stop us from communicating with these senior managers. Because if a member falling under them committed another crime somewhere, I need to contact the senior officer at that precinct. If I will not be communicating with two senior officers that gave evidence testimony here, Julius Mkwanazi must be contacted because it was his members. Whenever we investigate a member, on most of my cases, of our cases as a team, Julius Mkwanazi must give the commander's statement. There is no way that we could have avoided to say, because we are investigating him in this matter, now we don't want to talk to him. We talk to them. Even not only them, any police officer, even if this police officer, I was charging him this morning for a certain matter. If another matter comes in, I will contact the same officer again because I'm doing my job. So
Can
for,
I ask you a question, Ms. Masuku? Why not contact the chief of police in that department? Why contact a mid-level brigadier who's responsible for a division within EMPD? Why not contact the head of the EMPD if you are investigating members of the EMPD? I'll tell you why I'm asking. Suspicion arose, and we heard from the EMPD senior people who came here that every time IPID went to EMPD offices, they would have meetings with Julius Mkwanazi, and they, as chief of police and deputy chief of police, would not know what those meetings were about. And that created this suspicion that IPID is cozying up to Julius Mkwanazi and protecting him. So now that you have the context and the background, why not deal with the chief of police or deputy chief of police? Because the people you are investigating are also their members. They are not Julius Mkwanazi's members. Do you follow?
I follow you, Commissioner. Commissioner, I will respond, but I won't respond fully because I think my colleague who's coming will have to respond to that. So I don't want to take his responses, but in light, it's not that even them, they were never contacted. There is proof for that. They were contacted. And the level of communication is the same to all of them. Furthermore, we conduct our station, we call it station lectures to the members, to teach them about IPID's mandate, because members, they tend to be hostile when we arrive at the crime scenes. More especially to the crime scenes whereby they have fired shots. We have to disarm them for the firearms to be tested. That is when the hostility will start, to say, why are we disarming them? Because we think they've got a lack of knowledge of our mandate. They need to understand our mandate first before they can get to these conclusions they are having about the department. It's part of our duties to conduct the station lectures. There are a few station lectures that were arranged with Julius Mkwanazi. They were fruitful. We went to their college. We did the station lecture. It was it's Mkwanazi who helped us in that. The reason was being because his members are complaining to say, we seize their firearms, they don't get them back. It takes time to be tested at our forensic laboratories. Even at their precinct in Kempton Park, where we've conducted a few station lectures there with other units, these senior managers were there. Because we take photos, when we do that, our department wants photos to see who was there and all that. We have photos when we're standing with them, these officers. In my office, I've plugged them on the wall. I personally, even after they gave testimony, I personally spoke to one of them and said, I'm very disappointed as to, you can go to the commission and paint the effect that looks like we're not doing our duties. And they had wrong information thinking that this case was investigated by my colleague. Meantime, it was me. I said to them, if you wanted to know the details on the matter, you should have approached me. And the reason I was talking to him, commissioners, I will be honest, I was not happy when Marius came to give evidence. Because I was protecting him as well. I remember when I was called, when it started that I'm also needed, went for consultation to the investigators of the commission. When they told me that the following day Marius was going to appear, I told the investigator to say my heart is sore. I wish I knew earlier because I didn't want this guy to come and talk publicly about this. If there was other way of giving this information to the commissioners, that way was going to be used, rather than he come and talk publicly about this. Because my only concern was about his life. And to my concern, my case was towards the end of it. Then I realized that now he's derailing my whole investigation because now everyone must know. And my worst worry was, even these people, they were confused as to who's the investigating officer because we were trying to confuse them by all means. Then I became worried to say, because I'll be called here, now they will know that this is the investigating officer. Because to other people, they will say it's me. To others, they will say it's my colleague, Tulani Makakula. The others, they will say it's Tulani Tlamin. It was okay like that when they are confused. But now, because it came out, I blamed EMPD to say they should have called us to say we want to know what's happening on this matter. If they are not happy, we've got managers as well to talk to them to say we are not happy with their investigation. But two, it's not for them to tell us about our investigation. We are independent. We don't take any instructions from them. We do our duties. We are impartial. We don't want to be influenced by them. Hence, if ever we do our investigation, we won't go back to them to say, because I said contact Constable so-and-so, this is how far I am with my investigation concerning him. No, you will hear from me the last day when I say I need Constable so-and-so. After that, I won't tell you anything up until I file the negative report. So, commissioners, I know, even to South Africa, I know it looked like we were protecting officers. None of the officers we are protecting. My team, we are the most arresting team in Gauteng. Commissioners, at your own time, if you can just go Google arrest of EMPD members and see what you will find that will follow. You will see my personal car coming because we are the only people that only come there to arrest those same EMPD members in their own offices. We will inform them, the seniors, to say, on this day, we are coming to arrest so-and-so, so-and-so, so-and-so. After that, we are gone. None of them is protected. But I understand it's because of this was involving Julius, and it took time for him to be arrested. But he was never protected. As you can see that his statement was taken long ago, not because of this commission. If the time comes for him to be arrested, he knows very well that we will arrest him. It's not that we are scared. We do get threats, yes. But that doesn't stop us from performing our duties. Hence, even this matter is finalized. If the instruction comes next week to say, effect arrest, I will go and arrest them. Then I will see later as to how protected I am, but I will have to continue with my duties. We've never protected anyone. We are communicating with the seniors, all of them, but I will pack it for my colleague to come because he's got proof as to we've been communicating at the same level with all of them. But the picture they painted here, that's not a good one. And commissioners, I tell you honestly so, if you go to Eguruleni, they hate Mr. Makakula because he arrests. That's the most arresting member. We are working together. Even if the threats comes, because the officials have got their WhatsApp groups on the teams, it's not all of them that hate us. Something will be posted about us. We can go there to make arrests. Maybe it's about 5 members from our office. We're making arrests to these members. We also invite SAPS to help us because we don't have vehicles to put these people when they are arrested. We don't have those kind of cars. We must use SAPS to transport the suspects. But if something comes out about that arrest on their groups that they socialize in, they will single out Nomsa Masuku and Thulani Makakula as these people, they hate us. Meantime, we're doing our duties. It's very painful for an officer, a high-ranking officer, to dent our image in a wrong way. Meantime, we do our job the right way. Thank you, Commissioners.
Ms. Masuku, it seems to me at least that you do provide an explanation at paragraph 69 why the suspicion would have arisen that you seem to be protecting Brigadier Mkhwanazi. And you explained that, well, it's because we couldn't share information with them. You couldn't tell people in the EMPD what it is you're doing. So I think insofar as it relates to Brigadier Mkhwanazi and maybe this case in particular, perhaps in fairness to them, the explanation you give at paragraph 69 that they would not have had information may well excuse them, from the views they held, the wrong view that they held. And perhaps also, let me speak for myself as well, that looking at the dates, for example, when Mr. Mbenze was killed, discovered, when IPID became involved, until you explained that in fact there's been investigations. These are the things that it had raised a question about why would it take so long, right? Is IPID really doing its work? So I think those questions needed you in the witness box today to clarify and put any concerns, uninformed consent, it turns out, from your evidence is clear that the concerns were indeed uninformed, that you have clarified them and perhaps take your piece from that, that you have explained to the Commission fully and to the nation that in fact the suspicions and concerns were uninformed and had no basis in fact because you have provided us with the facts of these investigations. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Yes, Commissioners, I take that even though they've got my cell phone number, they should have called to say, we are intending to go to the Commission regarding this. Then I was going to be forced to, even though I was not going to go deep on my case, but I was going to be forced to show to them to say, you know what, the investigation is at this level. If you do this, you are exposing Marius van der Walt, because he will go there and talk, of which he gave me this statement in 2022, but I never told anyone. Even in my office, where I'm working in Johannesburg, my colleagues never knew that I was investigating this matter. When it was out on the Commission, everyone was asking as to what case are they talking about, because we know nothing about this matter. Because this matter, we kept it secret. Then for it to be announced, for me, it was very painful. If I had powers, I was going to come to the Commission and say, please, I'm pleading with you. Can I give this information on the side, not on this kind of a platform? Because I was protecting Marius. I didn't want him to come. And two, knowing Marius that he can talk, I was worried for the family to hear the full details of what transpired on the day of incident, the painful death of Mr. Mbenze. I was forced to inform the family prior to prepare them to say, I've been informed that one of my suspects is going to the Commission. Be prepared to hear more details that I cannot divulge to you because they are too painful. But it's done. I just thank the commissioners that I got this opportunity to come and explain, because Commissioners, it's said we work for IPID, we've got identity card that we carry with ourselves. It shows from far that I'm from IPID. Even wherever in public areas, when you walk, they see this IPID thing. They say, wow, you're working for IPID? Ah, that corrupt department. And we are not. It's just that we are overworked. That's why our cases, they look so the investigation is going very slow. We are overworked. It's very difficult for one member to carry more than 400 case dockets. You will work on this docket, you put it aside, you go with your cycle. By the time you get there, 12 months are gone on this one. You never came back to this one. In between, we have courts. Last year, for 3 full months, I was in court from the 2nd of April up until July. I was testifying at High Court, not going to the office. Imagine that there is 3 months that I've lost in my investigation of other matters. That one that I'm testifying also in, it's very important because somebody was killed. And thanks God, on the 16th, they are being sentenced. It's torture as well. That South Africa needs to know that we are working. It's just that they cannot see, but we are overwhelmed by work. We don't have knock-off times. You come to our offices, you will find me in the office 12 o'clock midnight. I'm still sitting in the office. The security guys of the building, they know me, I've got their contacts. When they see my car parked at the parking, they know that I will call them at midnight to say, come and open for me at the exit. I'm leaving now, I'm going home. The following day, I must be back to the we are doing. It's very stressful. It's too much work that we are doing, but we don't stop. We continue. So South Africa, you must bear with us. It's too much for us, but we will continue with the support of the community. If we don't get support from them, it's difficult for us. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Ms. Masuku. Commissioners, unless there are further questions, that is the testimony of Ms. Masuku. And I think for the record, I should place that I have exhausted the Commissioner's lunch hour now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sello. Thank you very much, Ms. Masuku. We will adjourn and resume at 3 o'clock.
Yes,
but
Chair.
we want to see you, Ms. Sello,
Yes.
the Commission Secretary and the Commission spokesperson outside now.
We shall be there, Chair.
Thank you very, very much, Ms. Masuku.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. But Commissioners, before you leave, with your permission, I will request the Commissioners to maybe have some recommendation to our department to say something can be done regarding the security for the members working for the department.
May that be filed with the Commission, suggesting what I wants to see done or wants the Commission to recommend. And as I said earlier, Mr. Keefelakae is here and he has heard everything. So I assume that you two, as being somebody who is in the coal face, as it were, will participate in that process and that it won't be left to those in management because people who actually experience it, who feel it, are people like you, the foot soldiers.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, Ms. Sililo.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. Chair and Commissioners, we are ready to start with our third IPID witness for the week. His name is Mr. Tulani Magagula, and the witness has indicated that he would like to be sworn in. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Magagula.
Apologies, Mr. Magagula, please press both. On each there is a button. No, at the bottom.
Down, silver in color.
All the way down. Both of them, please.
Yes.
And preferably keep them on throughout.
Yeah, leave them on throughout. Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you.
Afternoon, SC.
I apologize, I do the very same thing I've just pointed out to you. Good afternoon and welcome. Mr. Magagula, do you confirm that you have provided a statement to the Commission for purposes of your testimony today?
Yes.
You should have next to you 3 files. One is a smaller white file and the other 2 are bigger files. Do you confirm?
Yes, I confirm.
If you look at the spine of the file, you will see all of them bear your name, and then below your name, it will either say statement or it will say annexures.
Yes.
I would like to refer you to the smaller file, which is marked Tulani Magagula statement, please. If you could check.
I got it.
If you go to page 1 of that file, that document, it has in the trim lines the following witness statement of Tulani Magagula. You see that?
Yes.
I would then like to refer you to page 24 of that same document, and it bears your signature. It bears a signature. Please confirm that
Yes,
it's your signature.
this is my signature.
I see that you did not date it. What date would you, when did you sign this? So we can formally date it.
I signed this. Today is
Thursday. Today is Thursday, the 12th.
It was on Tuesday, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. So 10th, 02/2026. Thank you. Duly noted. And do you stand still by the contents of this document?
Yes.
I would like then to refer you to page 1 of the same document, back to page 1.
Yes, I'm on
If you are there, you at page 1 deal with, you have a heading there, introduction, and you introduce yourself, what you do. If you could deal with paragraphs 1 to 4, but please note, do not read out your personal details such as personal number or your cell phone number.
Yes.
Thank you.
I am an Assistant Director Investigation within the Independent Police Investigative Directorate, IPID. My work address is number 20 Albert Street, 8th floor, Brown Fisher Towers Building, Marshalltown, Johannesburg. Paragraph 2, I submit this statement in response to allegation level against IPID in general and me in particular by EMPD, Chief of Police Mapiyeye and Commissioner Spies regarding the conduct of investigation involving members of EMPD. The allegation, as I understand them, are that I, as an IPID investigator, either deliberately sought to either undermine or delay investigation that had a potential to or did implicate Brigadier Julius Mkwanazi of EMPD. I deny this allegation and I will demonstrate to the Commission that they are factually incorrect.
Thank you. If we turn then to page 2 of your statement, you provide onto page 3 your background. If you could summarize the background that you set out from paragraph 5 to the commissioners. You may read or you may summarize as most comfortable for you.
From page?
Page 2, from paragraph 5, you have a new heading there, my background.
I was employed by South African Police Service on the 1st of October 2001 and completed my basic training at the Tshwane SAPS Training College, which is situated in Pretoria West. I completed Tactical Policing Course Level 1 in Maluscope SAPS College on 2002-06-21. I successfully completed my basic field training, practical training from 2002-04-29 to 2002-09-13 at Johannesburg International Airport, which is now called OR Tambo. I completed my national diploma in Tshwane University of Technology in 2005. I obtained a diploma NQF level 5 in criminal justice and forensic investigation at Johannesburg, at the University of Johannesburg. Subsequently, I was assigned to work at Johannesburg International Airport, which is called OR Tambo. I just want to place on record certain things.
Yes, please.
Yes. In my career, both as IPID, I received commendation from the minister. I won a minister's award in 2016, and I also got commendation for most conviction in 2016 in the whole IPID department.
Noted. Thank you.
I was also invited in Mozambique by the former president of Mozambique, Joaquim Chissano, where I was given an award, not in a form of a monetary value. It was just a cup for doing an excellent work on the matter of Mido Masia, who was dragged in the street of Davidton by police officers. So I successfully investigated that case, and the 8 policemen were found guilty and given 15 years.
15 years, you said?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes.
I was placed at Client Service Center, sometimes posted as a commander at the Client Center ahead of my peers, holding the rank of constable. My primary duty was to ensure that the police station offered efficient, lawful, and professional policing service while safeguarding personnel, detainees, and the public. Following the introduction of the Crime Office nationwide by the National Commissioner of the South African Police Service, I was transferred from the Client Service Center to the Crime Office. This office is a subcomponent of the Detective Division within the structure of the South African Police Service. While working at the Crime Office, my duties included receiving newly reported case dockets from the CSC Shift Commander, investigating cases, gathering evidence, interviewing witnesses, tracing suspects, attending to serious crime scene, and preparing docket for court. I was later placed at the detective unit to fully investigate docket from preliminary investigation to court ready docket. I was assigned to investigate fraudulent passport and visas as per Section 49 of the Immigration Act. In 2006, I was placed to work at the task team cases at Johannesburg International Airport. The task team was under the leadership of Colonel Mukhale, now Major General in the National Office of SAPS. I was subsequently sent to Detective Learning Program in Hammanskraal SAPS College. In the year 2006, I attended the Detective Learning Program, DLP, at Hammanskraal Training College from 2006-09-04 to 2006-12-15. In 2007-04-1, I joined IPID. At the same time, the independent complaints.
Please start that sentence again from paragraph 10.
Okay. On 2007-04-01, I joined IPID. At that time, called the Independent Complaints Directorate, ICD. It was the same year in 2007 that I was promoted to the rank of sergeant, and I opted to join Independent Complaints Directorate, ICD, as a senior investigator. I was promoted to the current rank of assistant director in 2016. I was appointed assistant director in terms of Section 22 of the Independent Police Investigative Directorate Act 1 of 2011 in 2016.
Thank you. I think that is clear. We can then move on to the next part of your statement. Here you deal with the IPID itself, but as you probably are aware, we have heard the testimony of Mr. Keefelakae, who I understand is your senior. Is that correct?
Yes.
He has testified extensively, I think, insofar as the general powers and duties of IPID are concerned.
Yes.
You confine, as I see in your statement, yourself to IPID Gauteng, and in particular in the area in which you operate.
Yes.
If you turn over leaf from paragraph 15, you then address your responsibilities as a supervisor.
Yes.
With those few comments, can you then start your testimony from paragraph 12?
I start from paragraph
12, 1-2, at page 3. We are still at page 3 under the heading, the Independent Police Investigative Directorate.
Yes. The Independent Police Investigative Directorate. The IPID Gauteng office is divided into 4 districts, namely West Rand Sidibeng district. This is one district. Johannesburg Soweto district. This is the 2nd district. Ekurhuleni Sidibeng district. This is the 3rd district, and Tshwane district. Each district has its own supervisor. I serve as the supervisor for the Ekurhuleni area, overseeing a team of 6 investigators, which includes 3 investigators and 3 senior investigators and 2 investigators. Within the Ekurhuleni area, there are 43 police stations, including SAPS, specialized units, Directorate of Priority Crimes is one of them, Crime Intelligence, National Intervention, Unit K9, Flying Squad, and etc., and the Ekurhuleni Metro Police. The station have been divided among the investigators, including myself. The Ekurhuleni area is burdened with a high volume of cases. My role is also to provide support to ensure timely case progression as ongoing targeted killings of suspects and threats to the team underscore the critical need for coordinated teamwork and vigilant oversight. The threats in the Ekurhuleni remains a reality which the IPID management continues to mitigate in spite of limited budgetary resources. The contribution of high volume of workload was also contributed by the attrition rate, leaving the current personnel strength having to take over additional burden. And this is compounded by the replacement of investigators taking longer as the filling of position out to go through recruitment and selection processes. The responsibility of a supervisor is to manage and to conduct oversight within an investigative component. The core responsibility generally include oversight of investigators, managing a team of investigators handling cases involving alleged police misconduct, e.g. assault, torture, death in custody, corruption, reviewing case files for quality legal compliance and investigative completeness, ensuring investigation follow IPID standard operating procedure and statutory obligation under the IPID Act. Case allocation and workflow management. Assigning cases to investigators based on workload, skill, or case complicity. Monitoring progress to ensure timely completion of investigation. Prioritizing high-risk or sensitive cases. Overseeing the preparation of reports to be referred to the National Prosecuting Authority, NPA or SAPS management, depending on outcomes. Engaging with stakeholders such as SAPS, NPA, forensic services, and community structures. Providing briefings and updates to provincial or national management. As at 31 December 2025, I was responsible for investigation into 727 matters. This is far above the national average of 266 cases per investigator. This figure is...
Sorry, can you just stop there? The 727, is it just yours or is it split between the 6 of you?
No, it was mine only.
Just you?
Yes. This figure is made up of backlog of cases, 290 cases, and post-decision monitoring case, 412 cases, creating significant operational burden.
Thank you. So if we understand your statement, is that you are, as at 31st December 25, you are responsible for a total of 727 matters.
Yes.
And you say that is made up of a backlog of 290 cases. These are ongoing investigations.
Yes.
And 412 cases which you call post-decision monitoring.
Yes.
What kind of cases do you describe as post-decision monitoring cases?
These are cases which has been finalized, like the cases which has been sent to the Director of Public Prosecution, but it has came with directives that it must still be investigated. So in our system, when I send the recommendation to the DPP, in our system, it will show as completed cases. But the Director of Public Prosecution saw it otherwise to say, Makagula, you have not yet finalized this matter. It must still continue to be investigated. And other cases is those cases which are ongoing court cases because it reflects as finalized cases in the IPID system. And other cases also which are awaiting technical reports, like toxicology can take up to 5 years.
And for those cases that are already in court, do you have, is there any role you play as an investigator in the prosecution of those matters? And if so, what is that role?
Those that are in court, if the prosecutor who is prosecuting that case might see other things that must be done, even though the Director of Public Prosecution didn't see, he will still ask me, Magagula, please go and do 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I have to comply with this instruction and still do those things because it is him or her who is going to prosecute that case.
Thank you for that explanation. Staying then on your page 5, you...
Sorry, Mr.
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Makakula, where you speak in that paragraph 16, right at the end, you say it's this load of work
Yes.
creates significant operational burden. If you could just make us understand at a practical level, how does it play out? You have 727 matters that you're investigating. What is the consequence of this burden on the various investigations, on the files that you're dealing with?
This number is very, very high. Very, very high, which one cannot even cope. It's normal 290 cases, which is still active only. And in a year, we have 365 days. And there is holidays, there is weekends, there is leave. Sometime I got sick. So this demonstrates that I might give some cases little attention in a year because during the year, if I effect an arrest, for instance, on a Monday, my 5 days of that week has been spoiled because when I arrest, the arrest comes with charging. I must go verify the addresses of the people that have been charged, and then the people will be applying for bail application, and I must also prepare for bail. So you can see that definitely as a person, I can even get a breakdown because the victims of these cases, obviously, all of them, they want feedback. So this has been created because of those people who were leaving the department. And if one person is leaving the department, is carrying 300 cases, I have a team of 5 members. And in most of the years, the team Ekuruleni were running short of members. We were not 6. There was a time where it was 5 of us. When the team or when the executive director created that team and asked those people from different provinces to help us, I'm sorry, I thought I have switched off my phone.
Please make sure it's only one phone. You assure the commissioners that there won't be further disturbance from your phones?
Yeah, my phone now is switched off.
Okay.
It's not even on silent.
Even the beeper is off.
Yes. So that I can see that is dark still.
Well, your own phone interrupted you. You are still responding to Commissioner Khumalo's question. Please continue.
Priscilla, I'm still Baloyi.
I blame it on the late lunch, Commissioner. I do apologize, Commissioner Baloyi. Thanks.
Yes, carry on.
So, so the executive director saw that we need extra hand. And within that group, at that time, there was one who suggested that you guys from Ekurhuleni, you are not supposed to receive any more cases because we are doing this project of Ekurhuleni. But it was us, it was most especially me, who said it is impossible that we do not receive. Because if myself, Tulan Dlamini, and Nomsa Masuku are no longer receiving those cases, we will be left with 2 investigators, and they are not going to copy with their work because they will be attending crime scene and then they will be attending postmortems. So we are not like the police. When we attend those murder scenes, as Nomsa narrated that we attend those scenes, you have to go and attend the postmortem. So we go inside and witness when the doctor dissects that body, because it's us who have a knowledge of that body. So we are telling the pathologist, what are we looking for from this body? So our 2 members were not going to cope with this. So the capacity of IPID.
Are you 6? Is it 6 investigators because that's what the structure provides for, the organogram provides for, or are you 6 because management is simply not responding quick enough to supplement your 6? Another possible reason is you are 6 because there's no recruitment that's happening because of budgetary constraints. What is the reason that you're 6?
I'll answer this question like this. This is a full strength of the Ekurhuleni. Currently, we are not running short. So the department doesn't have any extra vacant post to advertise to strengthen us. Even those 6, some of those members, it was not exactly the structure of Gauteng. So they are sourced maybe from Mpumalanga, and then they are brought to Gauteng and stay there permanently. But when you look at the details of the person, is still getting a salary from Mpumalanga. So basically, according to me, IPID is under strength because Johannesburg Central Police Station, the whole strength of Johannesburg Central Police Station equals, I might be wrong, equals to the whole strength of IPID nationwide. 1 police station.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. And if I may just follow up on that, perhaps you wouldn't know, but based on experience, not so much because you are responsible for that side of things, if you say you are a supervisor of 5 other investigators for Ekurhuleni, you are saddled with 727 matters alone. In the time it takes you and time required for every specific case, what do you think is an appropriate level of investigator contingent for an area such as Ekurhuleni?
Is to get extra hands so that I can perform my duties as a supervisor. Because currently, I will not say I'm a supervisor because what Nomsa is doing is what I'm doing. In most cases, also, I'm failing to inspect their dockets because I'm busy on the ground. But the good part of it with Nomsa, most of the cases that she was working with, she's working on, I know her cases. Even if she is not there, I'll be able to respond to a case. There was a time when she was not there for a longer period, and there was high profile, sorry to use this term, high profile, there was a serious case that she was doing and she was not there. I had to take over because I worked the case with her, and I had to go and take the advocate who needed a consultation with the pathologist, driving here to Protea, all those type of things. So I didn't have time. I'm dealing with Nomsa in my own case now.
Yes.
And there is other supervisors that I must supervise, so they are no longer receiving my attention. And there is more complaint also from individuals that, hey, we have a case, most especially my number is public. Many of the complainant, Mpumalanga, I'm called by people of Mpumalanga. I'm not working in Mpumalanga. I'm called by people of Limpopo, Free State. It seems as if, and I'm the only employee from IPID because they will say I was referred by this person, that the person who can assist me is Magagula. Even those police officers who sometimes tend to hate me, if their family are victimized, they know the person who will be quick to assist in that matter. They will refer it to me. So it's how I'm burdened with a lot of complaint.
So I can see and understand from what you're saying that if you personally are responsible for 727 matters and you must still supervise 5 other investigators, I seriously doubt that you have the time to either properly supervise or dedicate yourself to the 727 cases.
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah, noted.
You say the question that you were asked is what would be an ideal number? And maybe let me try again. You say in paragraph 16 that the national average is 266 cases.
Yes.
Per investigator.
Yes.
Would you consider that to be the ideal number per investigator?
Is the ideal number put by the department, not my view.
Okay, let's hear your view because you're an investigator. You have experience as to what is involved in investigating.
My view, it will be 100.
Okay.
Because our cases, IPID, we are not like when they say you are working at Pretoria Central. Most of your witnesses reside in Pretoria Central. So we have different police stations. So my witnesses might be somewhere out of that policing precinct. For instance, Benoni. My witnesses are Benoni, Springs, whatever. So police are privileged. Most of the, if it is their policing precinct, their witnesses are around that policing precinct. But if an investigator now has 7 stations, the witnesses are scattered everywhere. So it is not ideal. Like as we will go through, I'm just demonstrating as about the delays of the cases. During this period, I was even going out of the province. I have a suspect who was in prison in Polokwane Correctional Service. That suspect was there because of kidnapping, murder, defeating the ends of justice. He killed a lady in Nebo, in Lipompo, took the body and dumped it in Benoni. Now I have to transport that suspect. And who is transporting it? It was only me and Tulani, the other Tulani. Someone used to, when he sees us, he was saying Tulani Square because it's both Tulanis. So it was not conducive because at one stage we transported that suspect back to Polokwane Correctional Service. Polokwane Correctional Service didn't want to take him. We engaged the provincial commissioner. You can't believe that the same suspect of murder slept in the office of IPID, not in the police cells of SAPS, not in correctional service, because we were refused assistance. We brought it to the commissioners of SAPS and we engaged the provincial head of IPID in Polokwane, but the matter was not resolved. So such suspect slept in the offices of IPID. Today, as we speak, for his case that in life sentence. So we were transporting such a suspect at that time until we were assisted by TRT, is Captain Schobela and Colonel P. Leif from TRT. And most of the guys that were assisting us, it was from Tom's, Hawks, Kalengsi, which Nomsa mentioned here. There is Sergeant Gosi, he was here at the commission, not the Sergeant Gosi of the back. Sergeant Gosi who said that the other sergeant who said, my commander doesn't have balls, was the one who was assisting us.
Sergeant Nkosi from Tom's.
Yeah, from Tom's.
Yeah.
Those are the people who, when we seek assistance, they assist us.
You didn't have to mention balls. You could have just said Sergeant Nkosi from the Tom's.
I wanted to distinguish because there is another one who has a dark cloud. So
maybe lastly on this topic for me, does the IPID conduct, and when I say conduct, I mean by way of engagement and discussion internally, a review of your capacity? I mean, if I imagine that the cases that you handle, they grow over time. Incrementally, you're seeing more and more complaints, matters that you need to deal with. And if that doesn't catch up with the component, the staff component that you have, does IPID engage with those? Do reviews, look at what do we need to do? What is it, the cases? We are now getting more and more cases at this rate. We still the same number of investigators. Here's what we require in terms of resources. Does that happen? And does it happen formally if it happens?
I will say the management is aware because each and every case that comes to the department, when it is registered, it generates a state. So they are aware because each and every month there is monthly report seeing that increase, seeing that trend. Like even ourselves when we are working, we are able to identify what problem are we having now. There was a time when there was a problem of this cigarette in Ekurhuleni where police officers target foreign national, which are Bangladesh. It will be EMPD and SAPS, both of them, going to raid the shops of Pakistan, seizing those cigarettes. But to start with, the police officer is not an expert to tell if this is an illegal cigarette or what. So if they conduct such operation, they need to have people like SARS because it is their expertise. So police officers were willingly going to those Pakistanians, seizing the cigarette to get to make as if they are working. They have seized 10 large boxes of cigarette, and they only booked 2. And these foreign nationals are vulnerable, they are afraid of the police. Some of them, when we investigate, they end up withdrawing the cases. So some of them, the police, if they are strong, they don't want to.
Does that mean you don't have formal review processes that looks at the increase in loads and the staffing requirements and whether you match that? Does it mean there's no formal process that involves the investigators?
It happens in 3 years' time or 4 years' time. We called it Indaba, where all the investigators of provinces comes together and we narrate all our problem to the management. But not all the problems that will narrate there will be implemented. Some will be implemented, some won't be implemented.
Thank you, Mr. Magagula.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloy. Mr. Bagagula, we are still at your page 5 of your statement. And we are starting a new topic there at the bottom. It's headed Specific EMPD Investigations Complained of in the Commission. Do you see where I'm reading?
Yes.
Can you please take your testimony then from your paragraph 17 at page 5?
Yes. In this part of the statement, I will address the specific cases referred to by Chief of Police Mapie and Commissioner Spies. Commissioner Spies referred to the following cases to support the allegation that I sought to protect Brigadier Mkwanazi from possible prosecution and or disciplinary process.
You follow that up then, your paragraph 18 with a list of cases. Commissioners, again, for cross-referencing purposes, perhaps I'd ask us to go to the Spies, or you can make a note as I read them out. Which Spies, I call it Commissioner Spies matter, is listed here. So 18.1, that Pantfontein case is item 1 on Commissioner Spies' table. Hillbrow, CAS 797/03/2023 is item 2. The third, Benoni, CAS 215/07/2022 is item 3. Items 18.4, 18.5, and 18.6, that's the Mayerton case, Brakpan copper plates case, and Springs cobalt case. Those are the 3 issues, the 3 matters that Mr. Keefelakae spoke of and said they could not find a record of them within the Ekurhuleni police station. So if you could flag those. The next at 18.7, Mr. Magagula has Brakpan murder case. There is a duplication on this list because 18.9, the last one, Boxback CAS 241/03/2024. Is that the... And now that's not the, if I may address Mr. Magagula. Mr. Magagula, 18.9, Boxback CAS 241/03/2024. Which matter is that? Please tell me the detail, I will tell you.
This one is
okay, I'm with you.
Extortion.
It's the extortion. That would be item 2 on table 2. Then Brakpan, 18.7, Brakpan murder case. It's the case that Investigator Masuku has just dealt with. Item 18.8, Boxback Cast 262/02/2023 is the case that we colloquially refer to as the Blue Lights case. It was just to Mr. Magagula to marry the list of, to marry this list of cases you have here with the cases as referred to by Commissioner Spies. So I have effectively placed on record for you the cases that you say Commissioner Spies complained of before the Commission insofar as IPID investigators are concerned. Okay? Then you can take it up from paragraph 19.
My colleague, Mrs. Masuku, was the investigator in the Brakpan murder case 429 of 4/2022, and she has filed a statement to the Commission regarding this case and has provided a full account for that investigation. It will not be necessary, therefore, for me to address this case. I will address the remaining cases. Before I do so, it is necessary that I confirm the meeting between IPID and EMPD officials referred to by both Chief Mapie and Commissioner Spies of 6 March 2023. I state that the Ekurhuleni investigation team was requested by the Executive Director of the IPID, Ms. Lady Jennifer Ntlaseng, to attend a meeting at Rodeport SAPS. The meeting was attended by the Executive Director of IPID, Ms. Lady Ntlaseng, Deputy Director, Mr. Judah Baloyi, the Acting National Head of Investigation, Mr. Thuso Keefelakae, Senior Investigator, Ms. Nomsa Masuku, and myself on behalf of IPID. And the Chief of Metro Police, Mr. Mapie, together with his deputy, Mr. Rivo Spies, and Colonel Henny Erasmus of EMPD. I am, however, unable to recall the precise date on which the meeting took place. I am willing to accept the date as stated by Chief Mapie and Commissioner Spies.
Please proceed. Yes.
At this meeting, the Chief of Police, Mr. Mapie, and Deputy Chief, Mr. Rivo Spies, reported that a social media article alleged the use of blue lights on a civilian vehicle, claiming that Brigadier Mkhwanazi of the EMPD authorized the installation. The Executive Director, Ms. Ntlaseng, advised that both Chief of Police and Commissioner Spies submit statement in this matter regarding allegation made to enable IPID to initiate investigation. The EMPD team raised complaints with other matters involving officers. At this time of this meeting, the Executive Director had already recognized the resource constraint with IPID. She had decided, amongst others, that a task team comprising investigators from other provinces will be established to support the IPID Ekurhuleni team in matters in the area. Consequently, 3 investigators from Eastern Cape, Northern Cape, and KwaZulu-Natal were deployed to assist in the investigation. Following the formation of the task team, its members, including myself, met with the Executive Director at IPID Head Office in Pretoria, along with other senior managers, to coordinate the investigative approach for all identified cases in Ekurhuleni. Before I address the status of the remaining investigation, it is important to point out that not all cases Commissioner Spies referred to are with IPID. 3 of the Mayerton case 72 of 8, 2022, the Brakpan copper plates case, and the Springs Cobalt case. These are the 3 cases that are not with IPID.
Mr. Magagula, I did not quite follow what you say in paragraph 23. Does it mean that you got 3 additional investigators? and your number is now 9, or does it mean the 3 increased your number to 6?
The 3 did not increase the number to 9. The 3 was meant for the purpose of investigating the cases of EMPD. So they were not there to assist us with any other cases if we have high volume of case intake in Ekurhuleni. The case intake which will involve EMPD, yes, they will deal with it. But if it is other cases like SAPS, they were not there for that reason.
Thank you. You are at your paragraph 24 before you deal with the first case there. We are at your page 8?
Yes.
You had just read your paragraph 24, where you explained that 3 of the cases, Meyerton, the Brakpan copper plates case, and the Springs cobalt case, are not with IPID. That's
Yes,
what you state
I
there.
confirm.
Then you continue and you say, I deal with these cases further in this statement, however.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
You then turn your attention to your first case, which you say is Boxback Cast 262/03/2023. I had already indicated, and please confirm for the record. Oh, you do say. Let me say, deal with that case. You start with it at paragraph 25.
This is the case that is commonly referred as the blue light case. Following on 6 March 2023, I obtained a prepared statement from Master Rivospies and went to Boxback Police Station to register the case as Boxback Case 262/3/2023. The matter was allocated to Mr. Kulu as the investigator, and he finalized his investigation and filed a negative report with the Ekurhuleni city manager. I understood this report is already before the commission.
And for the record, Mr. Kulu, who was the investigator there, is one of the people who was brought in from KZN. He was not part of the 6 investigators allocated to Ekurhuleni. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Our next subheading is the next case, which is Patfontein, case 86022023. Chair, before we turn to that case, which is going to detain us for some time, I see it's 5 to 4. Perhaps this might be an appropriate place to stop for the day.
Let us adjourn and resume at 9:30 tomorrow.
Thank you, Chair.